Hmm. Can you tell me? I forgot how you met Mom. Tell me about
Oh,
how you and Mom got together.
well, I was, and that was in the Shaker Glen house right next to the old place from Woburn. I had been down bar with Eliza, and I get back to um, uh, I, just, I decided I had to go to Boston. Miss Bridges had a employment agency, and so I went up to calling. In fact, I went across the field, walked right through the back. I got to back up. Uh, the house next to ours was owned by a man named Hamilton Foster, and it was built in 1804, and it had the original mural hallway, and this is Buckmaster from Winchester had bought the place, and she was turning it into a restaurant. And it was, I knew the house inside out because I didn't go anywhere as a kid.
Uh-huh.
Mrs. 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 Foster's mother used to read to his kids in the afternoon, and try one. Anyway, I walked right through when I said I was going to Boston. My mother said, why don't you go over and see maybe if you could get a job at the Shaker Glen house? That's right next door. Anyway, I walked right through the foolish parking lot, up to the corner of Lexington Street, Old Street, Route 3, which came from Calkin and Nashua, New Hampshire, into Boston. And I thumbed a ride in Boston. And I joined the agent, the employment agency, and talked to the gal that ran the thing. She said, I think I have just a job for you. And she said, but the woman wants to interview you before you. So she come back in about 2 hours. And so I went back. And there's a Buckmaster was there. And we talked. She said, and I was by this time I was getting a little bit suspicious of the whole thing. And I said, fine. I said, by the way, this isn't the Shaker Glen house, is it? And she said, well, yeah. I said, well, how you doing? I said, I walked right through your backyard and walked right through the parking lot this morning. And anyway, so we decided, yes, she would like to have me. And so we settled on a big deal. Back then, if you made $10 a week, you were getting the money. And I think that was the deal, $10. started a salad man. And the chef was man from the old North German Lloyd line, two of the boats across the North Atlantic, Julia Johansson, and his wife Greta. She did the baking, and so anyway, I got the job. And I worked for back then. You had to give the agency 1 week's pay. You know, it took a six payments. Anyway, by the time it got down to where it was all paid off, I had it up to my ears, and so I went to see her. But she always called me Jane. And I said, well, what's the matter, Jane? Aren't you happy? And I tell you terrifically frank. I said, fuck, man, this job isn't worth paying for. She said, well, we can take care of that. So I'll pay the agency off. So I said, well, all right, I'll stay. And I did. I learned a lot because Bill was a fine chef. He could swear in Arabic and everything else. Big man. And let's see. Oh yeah, Kramer, yeah, was the help, second cook, and Greta was my wife. Anyway, I did stay, and I had built either somebody on the broiler, so I wound up with a broiler. And what they had done, they had converted not the house, the old carriage shed into the restaurant part of the thing, and I had a brick floor. It was brutal. The girls hated it. It was very difficult. Anyway, my mother was working. She was working before I was. And the waitress made out very well. They did. Jesus, the chips they were making twice or 3 times what we were. And they had one room up over the that would be on the side towards the old house. And of course, you can understand that driveway. Our driveway was we were about 1/10 of a mile off of the road. And it went from, this is Lexington Street, it went from Woburn to Lexington Center. And it was a slight curve. And right in the center of the curve, our driveway out of into the curve, and you gotta understand, my father was one of the world's worst drivers. He was a short man, and he was a Maxwell, and he would get in the car, and the first thing he'd do, he'd scrunch himself down so that he was looking through the steering wheel and everything, and probably he couldn't see the road. I know he couldn't see the road 500 feet ahead of him. Anyway, the girls were up in their dressing room on rest period break, and Your mother says, looking out the window, she said, "My God," she said, "that man just drove out in the middle of the street and cars all over the place." And the other goes, "Oh, I don't pay any attention to that. That's Jim's public father." He does that all the time. And, you know, it's just about it. He wouldn't look left or right. He just and that's where I met her. She was waitress, and we just naturally got together. That's all.
How long was it before you got married?
Oh, let's see. Maybe a little better than a year or more.
Uh-huh.
And a man by the name of Carl Koff married us. He was a minister of I don't know the denomination, but he had a radio program in Boston. His church. I really don't know what it is. Anyway, he was very interested in young people, and he had was a BU there and all those schools, but he had a huge youth group, and he had this radio program every week from my window in Beacon Street. And so we were married. He married her. And of course things were getting, the war was on, things were getting messed up. And I didn't want to do this restaurant work all day, so I went into Boston and signed up for a welding school. New England Welding Institute. And I used to go in after work nights. And finally, this Buckmaster got wise for what I was doing. And called me in the office and they said, "James, are you going into Boston and you're still going to school?" I said, "Yes, Mr. Buckman." And I going to welding school. And she said, "Well, then you'd better find another job." And I said, "Yeah, all right." She said, "If you want me to stick around for 3 weeks, fine. If you don't, I'll go right now." Simple as that. And I said, No, you stay on until we can just." So anyway, that was how the whole thing got started.
Mm.
And
What attracted you to Mom?
oh, there was no question whatsoever. She was a very smart gal, good woman, and we hit it off very well.
Mm.
The only argument we ever had in all time we were married, I know what started it off. This was after I get back from out of the Navy. She got ticked off about something I'd done, and she took a swing at me. And because I just moved my head and she missed. And the more she swung, the more I laughed. And she was purple with rage. But that's the only. No matter what we would discuss what we were going to do, and it didn't make any difference. she would go along with it. And see, when I was in the Navy, I volunteered. I was working at the shipyard at Fort Bethlehem shipyard, first class welder. They were making good money, and had enough to carry us through. And I had gotten to the point where I simply had to do something. I couldn't no longer stay out of the thing. And so we discussed it. I said, well, if you have to do it, go ahead. So I went to my boss in the yard, your quarterman, and Kelly, and told him, I said, I want a release from the yard. We were on, I had about 5 or 6 deferments. And he said, no. I said, no way will I give you a release. He said, what do you want to go in the Navy for? I can't explain it. I just have to do it. He said, well, there's no way I'm going to give you a release. So at that time, I was welding L metal. We used to make all the condenser heads for the Bethlehem yards on the East Coast. So I said, well, I'll tell you something, Kelly, as far as I knew, the last time I had no chains in my legs. And you want to give me a release? No. I said, fine. I quit. He said, you what? I said, just that. I quit. I don't like your job. And I've already seen a recruiter that's taken Navy, and I was going to go Navy. And he said, don't you realize what you're doing? I said, I know what I'm doing. But he said, if you stick this out, he says, we'll have, you'll have a job after this thing is over. And I said, come on. There were my badge number and the yard as a welder was this, let's see, it was 19, yeah, it was 1976, I think it was. Anyway, that was the number of workers that I had
prior to you
at that time.
Yeah.
And they had over 3,000 welders on the place.
Mm.
And I said, you mean tell me how I keep all this bunch on? I said, you're kidding me. When this thing is over, I'm going to be the sidewalk. But anyway, that's why I put the badge down. And I said, goodbye, Mr. Kelly. I'll see you later. I walked out of the yard. That was it.
What's your earliest childhood memory?
Coming in?
What's your earliest childhood memory?
Childhood memory?
Yeah. What's the earliest thing you can remember as a kid?
Oh, I had one of the ugliest doggone pullover. I don't know what it was a shirt. It had a flap on the back like a sailor flag, a string went across the neck. God, I hated that thing. Other than that, chicken. Chicken's all over the anyway. Gotta realize grandfather, my father, he was I don't know what denomination they were. To my knowledge, he never stepped foot in a church. However, he never swore. He didn't drink. He was strictly a straight man. But he raised game cocks. That was his only vice. Fighting cocks. And well, we had chicken. We never just driving with chicken. And the kid ran around. All kids ran around barefoot, and you either step on a chicken, cow doo-doo, goat doo-doo, rabbit doo-doo, or something like that.
Did you ever go to any of the cockfights?
Oh my God, no. Boy, that was an absolute no-no against the law.
Oh.
It was. He said that was his only vice. He raised the foolish chickens.
He never got caught?
Yeah.
He never got caught?
Oh, everybody in town knew. That's right. He was the alderman from our ward. Yeah. He was alderman for 14 years. And he would pick the chickens, the cocks that he wanted to fight that night, and he'd put them in a burlap bag, and then he'd hide them in the back of the car. And after dinner, he'd have to go somewhere. He'd take off for the chickens. And most of the time, there's no problem. One time, they get raided, and he come back. He was all scratched up the whole. He was running through the bushes.
You told me one time something about one of the hen houses catching on fire.
Oh, one time, yeah, the neighbor started a grass fire in the spring up there. That was, we had ticks, like they have everywhere. And so in the springtime, early spring, before the grass really took off, the new grass come up, most people would start up and burn off the old stuff, and that would get rid of the old stuff and kill the ticks and other things. And that's common. And yeah, it was Foster. Foster started a foolish fire going, and instead of backfiring, so go against the wind, he lit the dang thing in his backyard. Well, it got out of control, and through our place, and the whole row, they were beautiful Norwegian spruces, whole line of them, and those things went up just like bombs. And anyway, he wasn't there. Father was there, and these chickens were kept in boxes. Probably it would be 8 by 4, and had a door thing, kind of a flat thing, so they could stick their heads out through. And anyway, the mother called the fire department. The fire department comes up, and they got the thing under control. And then the dang, they didn't know what they were dealing with, and they let the chickens out so they wouldn't get burned up. They tipped the coops over. Well, gamecocks' main purpose is life is fight, and they love to fight. And first thing we know, the whole yard was full of probably 30 cocks, all going at one another. And the firemen standing there in dumb amazement. What the heck kind of chickens are these? And they're all trying to murder one another. And my father, oh my God, he was furious. And he had a whole mess of beat up cocks. But we was those damn fool things, they would stick their head out of the box that we're in and then challenge one. And they'd yell. And I've seen those things. We would, once in a while, if we were stupid enough to do it, we'd let one loose. And the minute we saw one loose, they all wanted it. And they'd stick their heads through the foolish holes. And one outside would beat the daylights out of them. And actually, they were bloody. And that damn fool is in the box would still stick his head out. And he wouldn't quit no way. And I've seen two of them go at him. Well, the first thing, there were no spurs on them. They cut the spurs, the natural spur off. And to fight them, they use a gaff with the needle. Needle probably almost 3 inches. Yeah, pretty close to 3 inches. So really, they couldn't hurt one another without the gaffs. They could beat the daylights out of one another. But I've seen those dang things beating and fighting, and they would be so pooped that they would be head to head. And one would get enough energy to pick his head up and he'd drop it on him. And he'd lay there and the other one would pick his head up. And just absolutely wouldn't quit. And tough than nail. And the hens were, the game hens, they would fly just like a pigeon. And they were wild. They didn't keep them. They just ran free. And they roosted in trees at night. Just like the birds. Couldn't eat. We used to eat them, but you had to boil them for about 6 hours before you get a tooth in the horn.
What was did your mother mind that your dad fought the cocks?
Oh, no. Well, it hadn't been that, it was something else. I don't know how she took us kids. We had guns, of course. I don't know when I learned to shoot. I know I shot with a pretty old Civil War musket, probably. And you can drag that around. And we used to shoot out the attic windows or out the bedroom windows. We had made I was Bill and Dick had made a rifle pit against the hill, dug it into the hill. So I had a target set up and with bottles, put bottles on it. You weren't supposed to break the bottle. If you break the bottle, you were a dumb shot. The idea was to knock the top of the bottle off, and not breaking the bottle. And but I never really enjoyed hunting. In fact, I gave it up. I don't like it killing.
Yeah.
I used to take the guns, and every time I got a chance, I'd grab the gun and hit the woods. But it was not to really hunt any.
You must have been about 14 or 15 when the Depression hit. You remember that?
1915. I'm born. 30. Yeah. Oh, that was a bad time.
What do you remember about it?
Well, men with families were lucky if they could have a job and paid $10 or $12 a week. In fact, there was a man up the street from us, a cabinet maker, Mr. Ray. He was a Scotchman, and he was a craftsman. He had learned the trade in Scotland, and the best he could get was $12 a week. It was bad, and most people didn't realize. Now they didn't realize how bad. It's pretty hard to think that you can keep a family at $12 a week.
As a kid, how did it affect you? Did you really notice a big difference?
No, because everybody was in the same boat. We were. It didn't really affect us, my father and mother. It did people who other people employed. It was people who had to be employed. No, we had a hard time of it, but it wasn't as bad as a lot of men. At least we had chickens and we had God and everything else. Yeah, I can remember as a kid weeding carrots. Across the street from us, Lexington Street, with a family by the name of Massey. And they had 16 kids, so 15 of them living. And Chet, one of the boys, has a truck farm, because most of the stuff in the truck farm, other Boston mine, father had a stall in the flour mine. And all the kids in the neighborhood would work for Chet. Weeding carrots, 10 cents. 10 cents an hour. If anybody wants to have fun, they want to weed carrots. Oh, it didn't take me long to decide that I wasn't going to be a farmer. No, we were in better condition than most of them. Yeah, a lot of people out of work.
Well, your brothers were older than you. What were they doing work-wise during the Depression?
Oh, Ed was out of high school. He was he knew exactly what he wanted. That was when radio was first starting, and he went to mass radio. I don't know who financed it. Probably my Aunt Helen taught him into the thing. That was back when the old crystal sets, and the radio operators found the key then. And when he got his operator's license, he joined the Naval Reserve, and he got a job up in the Great Lakes, and the oil boats in the lake. He was one of the youngest operators on the lakes, and was their lakes froze over. In the wintertime, nothing was up there. And then Bill, well, my aunts decided that I had to have an house in the family. Thank God they didn't. they sent Bill to Victor George. Yeah, art school. He should have gone to commercial arts, commercial art. Instead, they decided he should be a portrait painter. Come on, like he is. Anyway, he had a job with an outfit in Harvard Square, right in Harvard Square. In fact, you could look right down from the third story of the building. There was a subway in the middle of Harvard Square. And what they made was dioramas. The man, Pittman and Guernsey. Mr. Guernsey was, at that time, the leading, what would he be, landscape artist. And Pittman was old money. And they made dioramas of historical events. And this stuff was all done in scale. Dick had gone to Amherst agricultural school, and Arian had gone to BU secretarial. And, so when it came my turn, I went to CC camps. There was absolutely nothing to do. Nothing. They turned me down in the army. They had crooked teeth. Hard to believe.
Mm.
But that's when I went to the CC camp, beginning of the army. And that was, the deal was $30 a month. We could keep $5, 25 had to go to the family. And so I joined the CC camp.
Did they pay for your meals and lodging?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They took care of it. It was just the same thing as the army, except you didn't do close order drill and stuff. We were outfitted with old World War II uniforms, leftover uniforms.
World War One?
Found up in Jaffrey, New Hampshire, right then up in Adnock. It wasn't a bad deal. It really wasn't. We were building roads then.
So what was a typical day like?
Well, we would get up 6 o'clock in the morning. Out. Had breakfast. And then we get the assignments. Every day they had all our great assignments. I was about the only one of the bunch that swung an axe. So we would cut timber, cordwood. It was not bad.
Was it part of building the roads?
Oh, yeah, then we get. Well, mostly it was fire trails, but you get from fire trails, fire breaks sort of thing. Then they get into building roads. Dirt, most of them are dirt, not paved. The only paved road we got involved in was in Bedford, New Hampshire. Just outside of Manchester. And we were building a road up to a place called the Devil's Pulpit. It was in Bedford, New Hampshire, just below Manchester. And we were barracks in I don't know. It was one of the service organization had a tar paper shack there, and right on a lake. And well, there's 25 of us over there. At that time, I was packing dynamite. Because I'd done that with he used to blow stumps. Anyway, that was a cush job. I didn't have to do anything. I sat around until they got the holes trimmed, and all I had to do was pack, set them in. And when we get burned out,
Yeah, tell me about that story. I remember that one.
oh Lord. Well, this was in February, and the temperature probably was down. And 20 below, not 20 below, but probably 10 below. And one of the truck drivers, they used to take us into Manchester every night if we wanted to go. And he went out to get some gasoline out of one of the tanks with a lamp. I think it was a kerosene lamp. Needless to say, first thing that we knew is the fire coming up through the floorboards. And he was yelling bloody murder. The thing didn't explode, thank God. Nothing blew up. But the thing burnt down about, it didn't take more than 10 or 15 minutes for the thing to go up in flame. And of course, we lost all our clothes. And standing out in the snow. I grabbed a blanket. I had, at least I had long underwear on. I just put my pants on. And I had sense enough to grab a blanket and get out of the dang thing. And here we are out in the doggone bushes. About, let's say, Bedford then, about 12 miles from Manchester. Anyway, instead of taking us and putting us up in the fire department somewhere, he was standing out in the foolish snow. And they had to wait for them to send the trucks over from Jaffrey, which is about 30 miles. By the time they got there, everything was gone. But they had sense enough to throw some blankets in. And, but that was about it. After that, I got off the road. My time was up anyway.
How long did you do that?
Just a year deal. It was a 1 year deal. It was a good experience. It really was. A lot of those kids never been in the woods, never seen a tree or anything else. And, it was an experience.
So what did you do when you finished up that year?
Let's see, I went back to...
Go back in the restaurant business?
No, let's see, I got out of there. That's all right, yeah. That was the winter I took Eliza down to Florida, drove my Aunt Eliza down to Florida.
What kind of car did she have?
Huh?
What kind of car was it?
She had, it was a Plymouth, a brand new Plymouth, a four cylinder Plymouth sedan, and it was it had, the big feature of it was it had what they call freewheeling, and it worked something similar to the coaster brake on a bicycle. And man, I'm telling you, until you got used to that thing, it was dangerous. Because the minute you took your foot off the gas, the fool thing would keep right on going. And we pulled through all the stuff in the back of the Plymouth and took off for Florida. what an experience.
Back then, it must have taken a long time.
Huh?
Must have taken a long time back then.
No. The old Route 1 was about the only way. You could go around, 17 down after you got below Washington State, Washington, D.C. But everybody went down old Route 1. It was just a two-lane cement strip down there. And she knew a lot of people. And she assisted. I think it was the second night we came in. She wanted to see somebody in Philadelphia. She had the address in Philadelphia, and she insisted on driving. And it started to snow, slush. And lo and behold, the first thing I know, we were in a bus terminal the wrong way, and everything is jammed up. And a cop comes over and knocks on the window, and he says, "Lady, where are you going?" And she said, she handed him this slip with the address on it. He was very nice. And he said, he looks at me and he said, "You drive?" "Yes, sir." "All right, you get out of that side, get in here." Now, he said, all you have to do is remember that every other street in this part of Philadelphia is one way. So he gave me instructions on how to get out. He held everything up. And we get out of the bus terminal. And we found the people. But they had a lot of fun. She would insist on driving in the morning. She'd drive for about half, 3/4 of an hour, and then she'd get in the back of the thing, and I'd cock the mirror so I'd keep track of it. And in a minute, I thought she was asleep. I'd ram my foot to the floor, and we'd take them out. Every time we get over 35 miles an hour, she'd start yelling. She had a lot of fun. That was back then. That's when Jim Crow, blacks, still in. No blacks. But it's white toilets, white drinking fountain. No blacks. And, it was weird, really weird.
So what was Florida like back then?
Well, sure, that was what it is now. It was wilderness, really, for the most part. When you get in South Carolina, North Carolina wasn't too bad. South Carolina is where you hit the deep south. And at least on Road 1, there were paths right along the street, and the blacks they would walk down the street. And they always carried a burlap bag with them. It's a chance that they found something to use. But even in those miserable conditions, the houses that they lived in were really shacks. They didn't have windows. They had shutters. But the yard would be swept clean as a whistle, and there was always white laundry out. And I used to treat them like dirt. There was chain gangs all the time. Real chain gangs. And they would be working alongside the road. And the men would be on horseback, the sheriff or whatever, with a shotgun and 3 or 4 dogs. And there'd be guards at one end of the other. put the camps were like probably like cool hand Luke. They didn't treat him very nice. And in fact, they treated the white guys worse than the black. So they caught him. And it was a system. It really was. It was a system. They'd put in their time, and then they'd load them into a truck or a bus and take them to the next county line. And here's the sheriff of the next county sitting there on his horse, deputies beside him with the dogs, and as they unloaded the bus, you got $10? No. In the gang. You didn't have $10 like you were in the gang, so they just passed them one to the other.
It's terrible.
It was not nice then.
Yeah.
And the South was hit, of course. It was worse than the North was. Because it was strictly agriculture. Nothing. Cotton. I don't know how it made up. But every once in a while you see a group of blacks would be on a wagon with a cow. With a cow in the shafts. On a bleak time. But Roseville started the CC camps. He got things moving. And it hadn't been for him, I don't know what would have happened. But he did. He got the country off its knees.
Do you remember the start of the war or Pearl Harbor? Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that. How did you know the war?
How come I down what that's a blur, really. Didn't pay too much attention to something similar to this 9/11 deal. Only a real disaster. I really think if the Japanese had planned, I don't think they thought they could do it. Make them right down. I don't think they had really planned that they would be successful in knocking the fleet on. Because if they had been, there was no reason they could have walked right through. There's nothing left.
So they had no follow-up plan.
No follow-up plan. They were, no question, they wrecked Pearl Harbor. They got the battleships. See, they were still thinking. They weren't thinking ahead either, because the day of the battleship was over, and the Battle of Jutland, the First World War. That was the end of the battleship right there. That's just exactly what we're doing now. We're building aircraft carriers, all this stuff to fight the wrong war. And the day of the aircraft carrier was over probably, midway, Coral Sea. They served their purpose at their time, but never was smart enough to cut off and say, it's been done. These are no longer the thing. And we're at that point now. And we're long beyond that point now. The aircraft that they're flying now, the man can't handle just the G's when he blacks out.
Right.
So they're smart. I had to get rid of them all. It's crazy. And as far as building surface vessels for our Navy, they had a bunch of habits. Because you got something in the water that even the fastest thing they have in the water is any combat use, what they call combat, can do just maybe 35 or 40 miles an hour. And good God, he's going to have some whistling in at 3,000 miles an hour. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They're behind, they're 2 hours behind.
Mm-hmm.
And we're in a psychological war. You know, this is no longer it's probably the Arabs, if you want to be a little facetious. He rides around in a ship of the desert, right? A camel. So look at the great chance they have. Boy, we got an aircraft carrier. We go over there and we can knock that bunch of Arabs. Ships of the desert. We go over and bomb the camels. Don't make sense. The whole thing never makes sense.
Do you remember going to Pearl Harbor? Had they already cleaned everything up when you got there?
Oh no, it was still a mess. We went for very long. We took the ship around Astoria. It was a new vessel, new type, completely new type transport. It was a fast transport. I carried 26 landing craft, and I carried 2,000 troops, Marines. Not troops, Marines, other than assault Marines, and their gear. And I come out of Philadelphia Navy Yard. They sent us across to San Francisco for receiving ship, the old fairground, Mare Island, that turned into a receiving ship. So I know how there were thousands of us in the plane. Anyway, I could pull. I think they would run aptitude tests on you all the time, and so I got sent along with I think the 30 or 36 of us. We were sent up to Seattle to go to a special school, Indian room gang, to learn how to operate the new turbine. Yeah. And, so I didn't mind the engine room. It was all right. It was hot, but we were in Seattle for, that was 6 weeks going to school there. And then we were assigned to the vessel. The vessel was in Astoria, Oregon. That was the only time I got stuck on a troop train for the most part. The Navy, at least my experience with being transferred from one was very good. When they sent us across from Philadelphia to San Francisco, we had a Pullman car all of ourselves. Only a small group. Again, there was only a small group of us. And, so we got treated very well. And when we got to Astoria, Oregon, that's 80% green crew. 80% of them had never seen a vessel before. At least I knew which I knew the pointy end was supposed to be in front. It was funny in a box of monkeys. The vessel we got in there about 7 o'clock in the evening. And I put us out in a barracks for that. And we went, next day we went to the vessel. And a pretty good size, pretty good sized vessel. Just because it was tied up to the shoreline, being fed electricity from the shore. Everything was up and running. And now we come on, and yeah, we had studied the books. We knew how to work the things from the book. But hands-on is not book knowledge. And we had he was a chief warrant officer. Green, his name was Green. And real man. Chief warrant. And he was an engine room. And of course, we go on in the afternoon. And then when the yard shut down at 5 o'clock, they disconnected the shore connection. We were on our own now. Well, I tell you, if you better to block them on. I was on the first watch. I mean, we get stuck with the second one. Anyway, every time they changed the watch, was every 4 hours, they'd lose the vacuum in the turbine, and everything would go blank. The lights would stop, the fans would stop, everything would stop. And the emergency lights would come on. And Green would go frantic trying to get the thing started again. This happened every time. And finally they got so he could handle the thing. You know, it's absolutely dumb to do something like this. You know? Because they didn't put us in a vessel, you know, to down an engine room. Even if they had a mock-up of the thing, it wouldn't have been as big a disaster as it was. And God, I'm like, we're in Astoria. And of course, by that, let's see, it took about 2 days to load. The whole time this was going on was the provision in the ship. And there's trucks and all kinds of stuff coming aboard. And finally, the way it goes, we're going to go to sea the next morning. Well, I tell you, we did get out of the river, thank God. There again, every time the watch would change, we'd go dead in the water. We finally made it down to San Francisco. I don't know how. I think the current and the wind blew it. But it only took about a week, a little week and 10 days, and things had calmed down. We picked up. Well, most of us were dumb. We didn't know what kind of a vessel it was, really. APA stands for Assault Personnel Auxiliary. And we were in San Francisco and went down to San Pedro, below San Diego, and picked up a boat group. The boat handlers were not considered crew. They were a special division entirely. And all they did was handle the boats and 26 landing craft. So as soon as we got them aboard, so we took to sea and headed for Hawaii. And by that time we keep the thing going. But yeah, when we were in the Pearl Harbor, of course, the whole thing was that's you couldn't see Ford Island. We didn't stop. We'd come in a Pearl and went up to up further on. What they call the West Lock, and they had special anchor. We weren't. We really were not anchored. They had cut. Like almost like V's into the mud thing, and the vessel was put in. Yeah, we went in head on. Heaven help us, we never would have could be able to back that thing in. You know the thing. And so we were there. I don't know, a lot of it says it's a blur. We weren't there very long. In fact, I don't know what the devil we did there. Not much. We may have picked up more crew. But the first doggone thing we did, which was a disaster, they had to back the ship out of the slip thing we're in. And of course, it wasn't their fault. This is a new vessel. And they, the engine room gang and the helmsman and the whole works are green. Anyway, we get the word that on the engine room, 1/3 astern. Well, we go 1/3 astern. And all of a sudden, stop. So I stop. Well, you get something like that moving, it don't stop. And they go crash full forward. And finally, we wound up in the mud bank the other side of the cut. And it's the side. They had to get the Navy tuggers and pull us out of the stupid mud. And we finally get out of there. And let's see, it was Thanksgiving. That was Thanksgiving. And Pearson, he was from North Dakota. We had gone in a Pearl, and we were on the bus. We were on the bus going back to the train station. The train was a narrow gauge train that took us from Pearl Harbor to Honolulu. And well, it was a white Caterpillar. There was no, you couldn't get in it. You get on it. And it looked like a white Caterpillar going in. But anyway, we were on a bus to go back, get on the train, and there was a Hawaiian woman there, and she said, "What are you men going to be doing Thanksgiving?" And well, we were aboard ship, and she said, "Well, I'd like to invite you to have Thanksgiving with my family." And I said, well, before we got off on Liberty, they told us that if we got invitations of this type, that was perfectly all right, but they would have to be written and signed. So we had Thanksgiving with
What year was that? What year was that?
that was 44. They had a luau. Wow, they had the whole shooting range there. whole family. So they had the roast pig and the whole. They're great people. They're a very accommodating people. But we left Pearl. We weren't there very long. And we took off from, went to Saipan. They just walked up Saipan and Tinian. Tinian was on the island next to Saipan. They had gone in and the bulldozers, CVs, and they had flattened the whole island. And it was the world's largest runway at the time, building for the flying force. And we were anchored on the other side of the thing. And the planes taking off from Tinian, he said, we go to Japan. They would go right over it. They went out in the morning, and in the afternoon, sometime later on, they started coming back. And some of them they'd be all shot up. And, you couldn't see them land, but you could follow in, and you'd see a puff of smoke they'd hit the runway. And they had, I got over on Tinian. We had to get some spare parts for the engine room. I guess it was Donley and I went over. And, at that time, practically every one of these bays where they had the flying foot, the runway was right down the center of the island. The planes were packed, facing into the runway, and a bulldozer on every one of them. So when they come in, hit the runway, the bulldozer will push them along. Get it for the next guy. And they had built, we were anchored, we were hanging on the hook. The water was so clear that you could actually see the anchor down 50, 60 feet in the water. You could see it clear as a bell. And they had an internment camp. Most of them were Koreans. The Japanese had used them on the sugar plantation on the island. And there was some Jap prisoners there too. But the planes would go over and come back at night. And we stayed there for probably 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, we were there for quite a long time. And the word come down, bang. We're going to see. And, we went back to Honolulu. And we picked up the Marines, and they had been on Maui, and we looked. Let's see, I think Adam was the 4th Marine Division, I was the 7th. Anyway, that 2000 and Man, that's a problem with me.
Hold on a second, Dad. Let's see. Hold on, Ben, just a sec.
It's great to be able to sit back at this point in your life and to say that.
Huh.
Yeah.
And, I'll play it out to the end.
Yeah. Mark tells me you're sharp as a tack. Good businessman. You're sharp as a tack. You're a good businessman. You make some great investments. You have some great ideas. Ran some good businesses throughout your life. You ran some good businesses too, huh? Ice cream store was one.
Oh, yeah. I thought only one of the three words.
Is that right? Well, as long as you hit somewhere. That's all that matters.
Yeah. I'm willing to make money on it.
You know, I sent an email to all the brothers told them I was recording your stories and asked if they had any specific stories they wanted you to tell. And Dick said he remembered something about your brother Dick throwing a skunk in a dance.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about that one.
Well, Dick. Let's see. I was back. Yeah. That was the old Parker School. Two-room schoolhouse. We all went to after first, sixth grade. There's two teachers. Anyway, the women in the west side of town, we were the Hicks. And, oh, really? We were the Hicks.
That's great.
Woburn at that time was the largest patent leather city in the world. A huge facility. The Eggs and Cobbs and Riley and other leather makers. It was patent leather.
Mm-hmm.
And north of Woburn was where they had we were the west side, right up against Lexington. And I had big Atlanta gelatin and American Chemical Company. And anyway, we were the Hicks. And the women had been a Shaker colony in this particular area we were between Lexington and Woburn and Lexington. And so women had got together on this Shaker Garden Club. And in the summertime, after school was over, every Saturday we'd have they would run a ham and bean supper. You raise money and they have a dance. Of course, the school. They had no air conditioning, so the windows were always open. No screen right now. And then you have the bean supper, and then after the bean supper, they have a queer dance. For some reason or other, Dick had done something, and my mother had forbidden them to go to the dance, but bean supper with him. Well, anyway, supper was over, and the band started dancing. And everything was going great. And then, all of a sudden, here comes a live skunk sailing through the window and lands in the middle of the
That's great.
He'd gone down behind one of those old restaurants and put a box down with a thing, string. And so I got the skunk there. I stuffed it in the bag. And he was pretty much scratched up. Well, the skunk hit the floor skidding, and my mother started screaming, "Dick! Dick!"
She knew it was him.
She knew it was me.
It's classic.
Yeah. And,
Tell me about again about the one with the bees in the bathhouse.
here again, I was the tail end of 5. And the three brothers, sister, and me. The wife was tagging along. Anyway, we really didn't have any. Well, I got school. We didn't have a playground. We had no ferrets, sports, nothing. But where am I now?
We're talking about the bees.
Oh, yeah. We didn't have any place to swim. We used to go on pond, which was actually the reservoir. And of course, my town wasn't very happy about it. But Winchester, they was on the Mystic Lakes, and they had a much better facility than we had. So they had a beach there, sandy beach or a bathhouse. And they had gotten it because this was Woburn and Winchester was always a contention. The Winchester bunch were really more or less the money people. And Woburn was the working stiffs and the hicks. And anyway, they had gotten some kind of an allocation. And because my father had greenhouses, so we had, I don't know, probably 15, 20 hives of bees to pollinate the greenhouses. And we all were familiar with bees. Dick got the idea. He got some cork, the old mason jars. And we sat for, I don't know, probably an hour picking the drones out of the hives that they had and stuffing them in the jars. And when we got the jars filled up, took off from the Winchester in the bathhouse. Well, I tell you, we walked in. I was tail end them. And Dick gets in there and says, "Hey, you guys, just put a stone to you." And he doesn't listen. Well, there was a scramble. Seeing a football game is wild. Well, nobody bothered to get dressed or they're out. It was always something new. He couldn't. The minute something just had on that side of town, the police would come over. They would be looking for Ned Gibson. Ned was worse than Dick. They'd look for Ned first. And they couldn't find Ned, they'd come looking for Dick. They didn't know anything vicious. So they just sheer devil and there wasn't much else to do. We were the heck. And out of town was the Hanson School, which was another section of the West Side. And over at the outside of town was really mostly Scotch and English, Irish, and some Italian. But the Irish were divided between the Orangemen and Hibernian. They did a box almost Porter. Jack Porter had a store over probably a mile and a half from where we were. And coming, they get considered where the section was coming to go. And that was north of Ireland. They were the Orangemen. And every place Sunday morning after church, and you get a bong, 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 and the drum. They had a big bass drum. And they'd boom, 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 boom. And then it all lined up to pray. Where's the best place to pray? By Doherty's store. But the other Irish were eat guys and catch. The minute the other ones, they would get the tomatoes and the eggs and stuff together, and they were great knocking down. Fight everybody, every afternoon.
Well, that's before you had cable television to entertain each other, right?
Yeah. Well, radio hadn't started then. They had the old crank controllers. Things are pretty dull sometimes. You had to make your own devilment.
Yeah.
But there was nothing vicious with this guy.
Yeah.
Once in a time, somebody get a black eye or tooth knocked out. But I'm most fond of this. Fun fight.
Right.
Tell me about your first car. Tell me about your first car.
I finished. Oh, Lord. Yeah, it was an Essex, believe it or not. If you haven't know anything about old radio, Jack Benny had an Essex. It was a tough car, it really was. I think I paid probably $25 for that.
Yeah.
Well, the average working man was only making $12.
Wow.
That was 2 weeks' pay. And, it was a sedan. He was pretty well beat up. The radio leaked. And I filled it out, man, but I'm on. As the day wore on, it was leaked up. And if I didn't watch it, the engine would get so bloody on hospital. It was diesel. So after work, we'd have been out, the damn thing would be not on a stopper. I used to get a big oak tree out in the front yard. I mean a big one. I used to It's like up against the tree, leave it in gear. Then turn it on. And it would sit there and butt the tree until it cooled off. Quit. And go open them up, excuse me.
Sure.
Go open them water and fill it egg, yeah. An ordinary cow would have. But those things were tougher than ever. We would go in there to blow off the gang with a damn thing. I hit a bump going in Arlington Center. And the whole roof of the thing rotted out. There's, stinks. The roof peeled over.
So you had a convertible.
Yeah, I got rid of it. We had it was a hatchet. Either a hatchet or an axe in the back. So we chopped the foolish, the post to the left, and threw the roof over the side of the road.
That's funny.
Yeah, the next one I had was a 1924 Buick. And I paid $12 for it. And I wish I had it now. Man, that was a vehicle. It had 3 steps to get up into it.
Wow.
It was, I didn't know what they thought. It was some kind of a coupe. And so it was before they had cranks for the windows. They had a strap.
Wow.
Pull the strap.
Hmm.
Bud vases, cut glass bud vases.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did it have a straight 8-cylinder motor?
Fun.
A straight 8-cylinder motor?
I don't think so. I think it was a 6.
But it was straight, right?
Yeah.
Long hood.
Yeah, that's right. I had so many dang cars, I didn't pay much attention. Other people knew the horsepower and ratios and everything. As long as the thing got me from point A to B and back again without too much trouble, I thought I was nervous. But in its time, it had been a very fine vehicle. I'm telling you. To get it up to 30 miles an hour, it took about 3/4 of an hour.
Patience.
I drove it for a year, and I even had a flat tire. I sold it for $15. So I made $3. We used to be able to get gas then. Yeah, we had 8 gallons per $1.
Wow.
Yeah. Outstanding price. But,
Now you get 1/8 of a gallon for $1.
That's right. Just about. Just about.
well, times sort of changed. But the cars now are much better. They are, no question. Those things, even the very best of them, couldn't come anywhere near the cars. They could. Good Lord, you take a new car, any of the cars now, and do a constant 70 miles an hour for an hour after hour.
Yeah.
You were lucky if you could keep that foolish thing going 45, 50, couple hours without having trouble. And tires, my Lord Almighty. The tires they have now do 100,000 miles. You were lucky if you could get 10 or 12,000 on a tire.
Wow.
And just absolutely. And these cars are for the most part trouble free. But, I wouldn't want to go back and go through it again.
No.
No. the history, at least in my opinion, the history of the automobile industry in America was a disaster. Europeans had all kinds of stuff way before we got it. And radio tires, we were still jackassing around with you. And no, General Motors, regardless of what they said, what was good with General Motors was not good for the United States. It really wasn't. It was good for the automobile industry. It was a disaster for public relations. We were a throwaway society. Way back. It's true. And Lord, as far as my father, he had greenhouses, and we raised, for the most part, flowers for the Boston market. Not like they raise now, but a lot. But after you go into the store now and you buy one tomato. And back then, we would have the houses turned into tomatoes. And I couldn't work on them as a kid. There was something about the smell of them. I get sick by smelling. They sweat tomatoes. So I didn't have to work on the tomatoes, thank God. But a whole bushel, I'm not kidding, a whole bushel of tomatoes, hand-picked and wrapped and put in the box. A bushel box cost 10 cents. It was a second-hand box. A new box was 15 cents. Now you'd raise these damn tomatoes, pick them up, hand pick them and pack them. Take them 15, 20 miles in a box to the market. You had to be in the market before, they started arriving around 3:30 in the morning. 4 for the product. And you were lucky if you got $1.25 for the whole bushel. So then Matthew took them back and went through them again and threw it. And the next day, take them back to Warren's and still it goes through the same process.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sure.
How much time?
Lettuce was on it. Oh, Lord. Wow, my father was a stubborn man.
So that's where you
He
get
started to develop power tools. He could have gotten power rooters, but no. We had to hand spade those houses. And it was on lettuce, the bib lettuce more than was delicate stuff. And, so it had, the houses had to be spaded.
Mm-hmm.
Which meant that, and then the steam probes put in the soil had to be sterilized. Anyway, in order to plant the seedlings, had to work on planks. It's special platforms with planks, or 12-inch planks. About a cement block off of soil. So planted that thing, and it's extra water on them in them. And here again, I found to the market the things. You take them in a whole bushel of things in. You couldn't get 50 cents for a bushel. Take them, bring it all back, dump it in the thing next morning.
So this was during the Depression.
Yeah, till that. But but everybody was in the same boat. We weren't the only ones. The average man said the average man was lucky if he made $12. Yeah. Not a good time. And Henry Ford, when he decided to give his men $5 a day, Henry understood that in order to buy his product, they had to have money. If you didn't have money, you didn't have anything. Fuck, my God. He was a communist. He was all kinds of atheist. He was everything. But $5 a day. Oh my God. These men are making $25 and $30 a week. They're making twice as much as anybody else. So he's a communist. However, practically every car on the road was a Ford.
Yeah.
And they were a tough vehicle. They really were. I was on Model Ts. They would go through snow and mud. Any guy.
Did your parents used to have one?
No, not at first. From first car we had, new car was a Maxwell. And after that it was old conglomeration of, all kinds. It wasn't like it was now. There were independent makers of vehicles. And you could tell one vehicle from another. Now you can't tell one. They all look alike.
Yeah, they're all made by the same people.
They had Bay States and Hudson and Essex and Austin. Star, Plymouth. Some of them survived. And Stearns Knight, Willis Knight, Good, Moons, and everything like that.
Wow.
But there's no question these vehicles will make it a fine vehicle. Much safer. Things I've got
Dad, tell me about going to Iwo Jima. Tell me about going to Iwo Jima.
Oh, we were on that. Well, I have to back up from where we were on that. I was in Seattle, going to school. And the naval school there for your brother Jim died, and so the Red Cross called me out of the office and told me he died, and cribbed up, and they made all the arrangements, and flew me down from Seattle down to San Francisco. In the hope that I could get a plane across. And by the time I got down here, we were on a priority just thing. And so I was stuck in San Francisco. They'd given me, I really don't know. I think probably was a 3-week pass. So I'm stuck in San Francisco. Finally, they couldn't get a plane out of San Francisco. It wasn't civilian planes, it was military planes. It was all shot. You just had to have a space and they dump you in with a cargo or something. But finally got a train and get back to Massachusetts. And so I could saw your mother, and I got things straightened out more or less. And then back to Seattle. And so anyway, that's what this was the school. We were assigned to the ship. We had been in Saipan provision and returned all the time to Pearl Harbor and went over to Maui and picked up the section of the 4th Marine Division and some others. I don't know what the other was. We had 2 or 3. See, we could take 2,000 Marines and all they give. And so we loaded them in and took off back to Saipan. And in the evening, we used to go up in the office water room outside. The crew weren't allowed in, but they had the doors open, and we'd listen to Tokyo Rose. And she knew immediately, almost immediately. We had been at sea probably the second night at sea, and she was talking. And oh yes, she wanted to welcome the 4th Marine Division. They had a special hatred for the 4th Marine Division. Because, they had beaten chaps up at Tarawa. And he said, we don't know exactly where you're going, but he said, you'll be welcome. By the time we get through, we'll be able to muster the 4th Marine Division in the telephone booth.
Wow.
And then about the 3rd or 4th night after that, she had the word. We were going for Iwo Jima. It was Well, let's see. I don't know how many ships we were in our squadron, but I know the Texas, battleship Texas was there, and of course we had a aircraft carrier destroyer screens and everything else. And we pulled in about probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. You could see the sky all lit up, but they were knocking the thing apart. This was a waste of time. Anyway, for some reason or other, I was engine room gang, and well, break engine room done. Yeah, machinist mates, machinists, which we were. The division, it's 3 divisions, and they have the water tenders, which were tended the boilers. They were called water tenders, and we were practitioners. Well, we ran the machinery, and then we had under them different divisions. One man he was the oil king, and his job was to they ran the evaporators to make the water. The boilers, this thing we were on, the new type of vessel, Allison turbine. So the first run on the evaporators for water didn't have anything in it. It had to be almost distilled water. And then they would make drinking water and utility water. And his job was to keep the ship trimmed in between the fuel, the oil, and water. And it was all broken down into three sections. So when we would have Liberty, we have 3 sections. Liberty, one. So it was always two sections. Section hard. But when we pulled in, we get in there about 3 o'clock in the morning, and started off over the boats at 26 landing craft. And I don't know how I get into it. Something was in it. One of the men on the boat was never did find out. One of them he got injured or sick or something. I got pulled out of the engine room and had to get in one of the landing craft. And so that's how I got involved in the thing. We carried gasoline. And I don't know this. Let's see, it was yeah, those 8 of us. Jeez. What we carried was gasoline. And we were assigned a section where when they would offload the Marines, they would immediately start getting a circle, to keep track of one another. And when they get the word that they would opened up, head for the beach. And of course, we were our assigned spot was right under the battleship Texas. She had 11-inch guns.
Wow.
And water. And when at night, we would have to get in the circle, and we would be assigned different other landing craft, like the ducks and stuff. And we used to keep track of them. You did sink while you were watching them. And, but that Texas, she'd fire right over our heads. And if you've never been under a cannon, wow, there's no noise. It doesn't make a noise. There's a compression, and your ears go wee.
Wow.
And you could actually see the shells.
Wow.
They were like 1,500-pound shells, weren't they?
Yeah,
They fly miles and miles.
Yeah.
yeah, you could see the
Sort of like shooting a car out of the barrel.
Oh my God.
You could fall. Even in the daytime, you could fall. No, you could,
Hold on, Dad.
fire, you could catch them.
Wow.
But,
Just finished the tape. Hold on, Dad. We just finished the tape.
it was a real messy business.
Yeah.
Anybody that thinks water is glamorous, you gotta have the headache.
Yeah. Did you land?
That's for it now.
Did you land under fire, Mr. Filmer? Did you land on the beach? Did you land on the beach?
Yeah. I probably don't understand why I sold the Cape House. But I say every time I turned around, I faced another ghost.
Yeah.
I just couldn't deal with it. I had to get away. If I had stayed there, I really would have again. And,
Well, you had a lot of years with Mom. You had a lot of years with Mom.
oh, yeah. I really was. I was devastated. I know a lot of people probably don't understand it, but I probably don't understand it myself either. But when you live so close to somebody that length of time, and that was very, very difficult.
Yep.
It wrecks you. Anyway, it's, I was wrong about the fiddler on the roof. It's about every season bringing happiness and tears.
Mm. Yeah, I've experienced some of that myself this year.
Yeah, it's well, some of it is by people's choices, and others just there's no choice. And I just don't know which is worse. I know what you're going through, I can't understand how Karen can do that. All right to you, but to the children. To me, it's inconceivable.
I think not always in her right mind.
But you know, the longest time, I'd walk into a room and she wouldn't need. But I swear, it's a gene structure. And sparrows do not beget evil.
It happens sometimes. I think in humans it happens sometimes. You can have people who are raised in terrible families and terrible backgrounds that rise above it.
Well, no question about it. I have to look at Fiorello Rigatti. And then you get somebody like Leopold and Loeb. The kid just watching them. They were from a fine family. I don't know what it is. It's but there's no other way out of the box.
Nope.
You got the deck, you got to play with it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can stuff the other guy's problem. For your own, you can't deal with it.
What are some of the most rewarding things that you've done?
Well, it's rewarding. In a monetary sense, or I really did enjoy the Mason. And the structure and what they did. I wish I had done more. Their precepts. Pretty sound. And it's that's a hard question.
Yep.
Offhand, I really couldn't answer.
Mm-hmm.
I have to give a thought.
What's the most boneheaded thing you've ever done? What's the most boneheaded thing you've ever done?
Boneheaded. Oh, Lord. You reach in the barrel and just pick it up.
I thought I'd give you an easy one.
I've got a real dumb thing. I got over being stupid by the time I was 23 or 4.
How did you do that?
Well, working in a restaurant, you don't work in a normal life. You just don't work normal. It's we would work until 9 o'clock at night, and then what do you do at 9 o'clock at night? Tell me now. What are you doing at 9 o'clock?
I go to sleep.
Well, but you're a young person, things are running fast. And so when we would get through, we'd get in the car and we hit the beer joints. It didn't make any difference. We'd either go in a bar, I don't know, some of the local places. And, I never got really drunk. But I was doing some pretty heavy boozing for a while. And stupid. We had to be back at work at 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning. And I really didn't like the taste of the damn stuff. Never. Some people like the taste. I never liked it. I still don't. I don't know. Once in a while, I drink a beer. I even go to the thing, open it up, and take about 2 or 3 swallows off. What the? Pour it down the sink. It is not from any moral. I just don't like it. Why I open it up in Vegas? But I busted. I really did. I started having trouble with my stomach. Wow. I saw a doctor. And took one look at me. He said, "You've got a pretty good choice, son. The only thing I can do for you, if you'll do it, you will have to cut you off all food. No solids. I know. Drink certified milk and cream. Nothing else. And so this I was working the Shaker when I was before. Yeah, this is well before we get married. So I tried to work, and wow, no way can you work on milk and cream. No matter how you're not gonna work on milk and cream. So that was the first time I collected working with comp.
Unemployment?
Yeah. So I straightened my head out. I said, you better get your act together, stupid. And so it was no great moral principle. It wasn't too difficult either. I didn't like the stuff anyway. And I look at Duncan, I see them. Well, I was working for Marston Daily at the time, and it was up in Eastham, and what the heck is the name of that? Well, he was a real estate man. And he had a boathouse down the ocean side of, not the ocean, but in the marsh in Eastham. And we were re-shingling the sides of the thing. And all I did really, I was starting the courses of shingling, and I probably had them about Yeah, somewhere about where the window sill is. And I turned, I was on my knees. And let's see, this was in December, I believe. Either November or December. It was cool weather, but not colder weather. And I just turned around to pick up some shingles out, wooden shingles out of the bundle. Turn around and zing! Pain shot down my leg. And Harold, yeah, a couple of us were working on things. And I let a yip out of me when it happened. And what happened? I don't know. I must have pulled a ligament or something in my leg. And so anyway, I really didn't think too much about it. I thought I'd torn a ligament or muscle. And when it was sore in the bugger, not in the leg, not in the back. It was all in the leg. And I was hobbling around, sucking on painkillers and stuff. And we went down to the Methodist church for church supper. And Dr. Hopkins, remember Dr. Hopkins? Fine man. Anyway, we were sitting at a table with him, he and his wife. And he says, I was squirming trying to get her. And he said, what's the matter? And I told her what had happened. And he said, if you would, he said, if you come down tomorrow morning here to the church, and I'd like to examine you. And so I did. I went and he looked me all over and everything else. He said, well, he said, no question. He said, you've had a rupture disc in your spine. And he said, I cannot, I don't dare touch it. He said, I'm not up to this thing. He said, I strongly advise you to go to Boston. And probably New England Baptist. So I went up to Marion knew it. Talked to Horner. I came with Horner. He was the chief of staff of the New England Baptist at the time. And so she got me an appointment with him. And so your mother drove us up. And we had the station wagon at that time, but I was in the seat. And we walked in Horner's office. And he was a nice man. And he said, have a seat. I said, if you don't mind, I'd just as soon stand. And he cocked his head and looked at me. He says, where's the pain? And I said, well, it was over down my left leg. He reaches into the telephone. And I listened to what he was saying. And what he was wanted was a room. And I said, whoa, wait a minute, whoa. What are you doing? And he said, I'm having you admitted to New England Baptist hospital. And that's why you said, that's why I do surgery. I don't just do surgery. Dr. Morris, man's name was Morris, surgeon. And he says, I haven't even got a toothpick. He said, by the way, how do you get up? Do you come up here in an ambulance? And I said, no, my wife drove me up. He just shook his head. He said, take him up to Baptist. And they have the rope for him. And so anyway, Morris come in. Morris examined me. And he said, no question. You got a ruptured disc. He said, we'll have x-rays and do what you get. So next day, he got back and he said, we schedule you for the back surgery. And we'll see, Speed married a husband and had the same problem. And Morris had done his back, and he was okay. But Morris, he didn't pull any stops. He says, you know, we may be able to do this successfully. This is for microsurgery. He said, but it's a 50-50 deal. And I cannot tell you whether it's successful or not. The best we can do is try. He said, I'll tell you right now, you're a young man and you have a long way to go. He said, there are other ways of doing this. I can go in and whatever you can do. But he said, I tell you right now, if you want that kind of a job, I will not do it. The only thing that's going to work for you is to have that thing fused. And it's going to take time. And do it. And let's see, I was in the Baptist for 4 weeks, flat on my back, just like I am now. But no, I was not like I am now. Absolutely flat. And they had made rolls of the blankets, so she heat system. Put the aping around. And they put these down on the bed. And they rolled me over on the thing. And I was to stay absolutely still on that thing. They didn't put any braces on me. They put pillows and stuff to keep me in place. And I would lay on those suckers until I couldn't. Plus, they were hitting me every 4 hours with morphine after the operation. And I was standing just as long as I could, and I'd ring with the nurse, and it took 3 or 4 of them to come in, and they would roll me off of the foolish thing, and shift me around and roll me back up on them. And that's the way I did for So anyway, when it was 4 weeks rough, he got me. I had a brace today, and fitted it to me. And Morris talked to me, and he said, "Well, I can tell you right now that I can give you almost 90% guarantee that you're going to be all right if you will do exactly what I tell you to do. However, you got to understand, you've got to do exactly this. You are not to lift anything heavier than a newspaper. Okay? And when you do get up, you've got to get in the brace immediately. And you can be on your feet for 15 minutes. And then you have to get on the floor. Not in bed, not for a chair or anything else. On the floor. And put the brace back on, another 15 minutes, you can be up and run. How long is this going to go on? He said, a year.
Oh, wow.
And he said, I tell you, if you don't do this, he said, I'll wash my hands on it. And so that's, you remember it.
Right.
Yeah. But it come out right.
Must have been hard not to do anything for a year.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. But I did the thing. I really never had any problem with that. To do with the leg. In fact, in the hospital, when the back healed up fine, it was the leg that was the problem. Where they'd taken the shin bone out. They thought they were going to have to go in and do something about that. But by the time I get ready to discharge, it take care of itself somehow. But that was part of the problem, I think, that they have. Well, I know it was part of the problem with the swelling of that leg. But he did a good job. And, so this was on workman's compensation. Now we come to the thing. And the assurance. I just took it was him, young guy. And he's talking to me. And of course, Howard had already told me, you be careful what you say to these guys. And don't agree to anything. And don't sign anything. and so this guy starts talking to me. And he gonna be the jolly spiel, And he said, well, Mr. Filbert, he says, what do you expect out of this? And I said, well, wow, no, one of the very first things he said to me, he said, who were the doctors, surgeons that worked in you? Oh, I said, Dr. Robert Morris, the New England Baptist. And you had Morris? I said, yes, I had Dr. Morris. He said, boy, you treated yourself like a king, didn't you? I said, son, you just said the magic words. He says, what do you mean? I said, no more bullshit. I have talked to Dr. Mark, and he said it was all right if I wanted to sue the insurance company. He said, make sure that you do it carefully. So I said, no more bullshit. I said, exactly what I said, no more bullshit. I know you have people in your books that you never get off of. So if I have one more word of bullshit from you, you're going to have me in the book. I said, now, got it straight? Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. I won't do it now. But in another week, month, 6 weeks, we'll get together and try to see if we can get something. I tell you right now what I want. All of the medical bills are going to be paid by the insurance company. And I mean all of them. And I have a business of my own. And I have to buy extra help. And I'm going to be compensated for that. And I'm going to compensate for the whole thing. And you better go back and think about it. I tell you right now. If I don't get it where I ask, I will not sign anything. And so anyway, when it came time, they had a special court system just for working on compensation cases. I went over for the judge, and he listened to the whole thing. This time I had lawyers and everything. And so the judge said, do you understand what's going on? And of course I understand what's going on. We're trying to settle this thing. And he said, good. He said, however, I'll tell you, he said, I will not let you sign anything now. I'll put this off another 5 or 6 weeks. He said, you go home and think about it. He said, you gotta realize you're making a decision that's gonna affect all the rest of your life. And so I went back, talked to Dr. Morris. And Morris said, yeah, Jim, you should probably be all right to sign it. Morris sign off. You'll be real careful, and you'll be all right. So when we didn't meet the second time, was the insurance man, and he pulled the papers out and put them down. I ran down, and they both. Here's Dr. Morris off of the building. I said, son, you really want to get it between, you're really looking at it between the eyes. Where's Dr. Morris' building? Oh, it's in there. Oh, gee. Come on, son. Stop playing games. We're not playing games. So that's all right. Besides, get out of here. I don't want to talk. Send another man in here to talk. Oh, I don't give a damn if it keeps me anymore. Get out of here. I will not talk to you anymore. Get somebody else from your company to talk to me. So next man came in, to an older man. Say, you got a problem? I said, of course I got a problem. You also have a problem. Somehow we got to agree on how we're going to split the program. And I said, I don't want him standing beside you. Get him out. So, the other guy went out for his money. And I said, now, let's get this straight. I know what has been done to me. I talked to Dr. Morris. Dr. Morris says it's perfectly all right to sign off if I want to sign off. Now, you should be happy and dancing in the street. However, if you're not, perfectly all right. Now, I told this other idiot all the medical bills would be taken care of. And he's trying to pull a fast one on me. And I said, and you're lucky I'm talking to you. And, so don't worry. Take it easy. Take it easy. Listen. I'm just telling you, I want you to get it straight. And, so he says, well, he looked at the facts, the figures, and stuff. That's agreeable with the company. We will go along with that. And so he pushes it towards me. No. I was told by the judge that he would see me in another couple of weeks. I said, so we'll have to go up before the judge. So I went before the judge again. And he looks at the papers and all this shit. And he says, well, this looks pretty good. He said, now you sure you know what you're doing? And yes, I trust Dr. Morris. Listen. And I will do exactly what he says, as long as I get exactly what I've been saying. And I said, okay, sign it. Right, truthfully say, I'm one of the few that had no trouble with that thing.
That's good.
Yeah.
You had to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, it
It
helps.
was no ideal, I tell you.
It helps when you do exactly what they tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you were smart to do exactly what he told you to do.
And Dr. Morris. And the weird part of it, one of the what did he do? He was yeah, and dude. Dr. Morris was a
Right,
hot
cardiologist.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was a fine man. You know, man, he ran a tight ship.
Mm-hmm.
I had a 1 o'clock appointment with the bar. And I'd go in at 10 or 15 minutes at a time. The nurse would thing, and then what was this? I don't know what his assistant was at that time. But anyway, she would, yeah, it was, she would take you and ask me questions. And then exactly at 1 o'clock, she'd go out. Morris would come in with a thing. And he was, you ever know him?
I've met him, yeah.
He was a real laid back character. I couldn't believe it. First time I met him. He came in with a folder and he crunches down on a chair and sticks his feet up on the examiner table. And he just reading those things. Oh, he said, yeah, really laid back. But then you get some of these other guys who wait 2 hours and 3 hours.
Yeah.
Here's the head of the heart surgery. See him 1 o'clock, bang, 1 o'clock.
Well, to me, it always seemed like the ones that it seemed to me most cases the top guys were always very much structured. It's like that with some of the top surgeons at Duke. If they said 7:30, they were operating. They were cutting at 7:30.
Yeah.
They didn't monkey around. They had a regimen to stick to.
Well, he trained his staff right.
Yeah.
The others lackadaisical. Man, that's Cigarelli. Remember him?
Yeah.
The eye surgeon over.
Yeah, he worked on me.
Yeah. Well, you have a 9 o'clock appointment. You're lucky you saw her before 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I understand that they have emergency stuff to do. But here again, it's the staff should tell you.
Right.
We're sorry. Your appointment's going to be late to be called in for an emergency or whatever, And this is what still drives me crazy. We're in the information age, right? Which means you should be able to communicate. We can communicate all over the world instantly. But for some stupid reason, they forget to tell you anything.
Yeah.
And it's so bloody simple. All they have to do is stick their damn heads out the window and call.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can call an emergency. They'll probably be back in half an hour, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't know what they're thinking about.
Themselves.
Yeah. It's weird. Really weird.
Get up.
It's a big animal. I can't retain stuff like this. Second. What was the kid's name? It came to me right much like that out of the blue. He was from Wellesley. What the hell is it? I have no idea what he looked like right now. We had made arrangements with the Methodist Church to do a Mother's Day presentation of the DMLA Mother's Degree.
Right.
And it went off as smooth as silk. And when it was all over, I was up by the pulpit, and I was thinking, such a woman would now. And this one, she motioned to me, she wanted to talk to me. And so I thought, she introduced herself. She said, you know, what the heck was I kidding? Anyway, she said, you know, I couldn't believe it that was the skip. She said it was doing that. And she said, she had him in school. And she said, I thought it was absolutely hopeless. And she said, how did you do it? And I said, I don't know. There's something about this DMLA thing that if the boys get involved in it, it has to be. It has to do them some good. And certainly can't harm. She said, well, I never heard of DMLA. No, I didn't. DMLA was the last Grand Master of the Knights Templars. And so King of France had him in prison and tortured him for over a year trying to get him to reveal the other members of the Templars and where they had where the treasure was. And he simply wouldn't, so fine, he burned them with a stake. And I said, it's true, the whole truth is true. And so anyway, I said, I don't know. I've seen this happen several times with the boys. And there's something about him, I don't know. She said, I couldn't believe that it could, it was him doing this. Of course, there wouldn't be a woman there with a dry eye, ring along. What the heck was it? When he comes back, it'll come back like that.
Yep.
But right out of clear sky. I hadn't thought of it.
I got some other questions. Let me get my questions for you. What are you most proud of that you've done in your life?
You boys. Oh, wait. There's not much else that's worth doing than that.
What was the best job you ever had?
Best job. Well, basically, job. Oh, the only good thing that I ever considered a job was when I worked at Bethlehem welding. The rest of the time, I was either on my own, or as far as the job was concerned, the shipyard.
Hmm.
See, when I went in the yard, it was 90 cents an hour. That wasn't much. It's nothing now, but then it was. And the way the thing was set up, the men are stupid. They really are. Day laborers are stupid. The company was paying them on a 40-hour week. And so I think it speeded up. They needed more. They needed more production. They broken the days up to and so the 40 hours was 5 days and 8-hour days, and then they would pay over the 40 hours. The next 8 hours was time and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Then after 48, it's double time. And so they would take a day off in the middle of the week, Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. And then, no, wrong. The kind of money, or the 40 hours was and but it was 5 days, and they would Saturday it would be time and a half, and Sunday if you worked Sunday was double time. So the dumb putts would take off during the week. And then they work Saturday, get the time and a half. Sunday for the double time. It was going to last long, man. Oh, company shut down. And that's when it went on to 40 hours. And the next 8 hours was time and a half. Over the 48 was double time. And I had no, I rid of that. Of course, we also worked. They paid by the how much weld you could put in. They had a scale to make it simple. The 1/4-inch bead is probably the lightest bead you could use in mild steel in that kind of construction. If you could put on, make it simple, if you could do 10 foot of this, it was different rates they paid. Overhead was harder to do, so they paid more for that. Vertical was hard, and flat work was easy. So if you could do, say, 10 feet in an 8-hour period, they considered that day rate. So anything you could produce over the 10 foot, they would give you half of it and pay you at that rate. And that worked very well. And so when we had gotten into the real production world, I never walked out of the yard without at least 2 days' pay, ever, or more. And of course, when we, at the end of it, when we were working on the Corvettes, 11 hours a day. Let's see, we'd gone from 90 cents up to $1. Yeah, the first chunk was 90, went to $1, and then $1.20. Well, $1.20, that's isn't much in today's coin. But back then it was good pay. And 11 hours a day, it didn't take you long to get up in a double time. And then also with the amount of weld you put in. And, so I was making somewhere around, let's see, it didn't take you long to get a double time. And then you also, not only that, you paid double for the amount of weld you put in. And the three of us teamed up together. And we'd split the work, divide it up. We'd take a look at what had to be done that night. And then one would take the real difficult stuff, and that would free up the other two to go. And so we made out like bandits. But it was all right with we were producing this stuff. And, see, the first thing I worked on was the battleship Massachusetts. She was up to the main deck when I went aboard. But I was, they call it tack welder. He didn't do any production work. It's just, he worked with a ship fitter and helper. And when he wanted something welded to hold it in place, in order to move the heavy stuff, we used to weld, take the angle iron, and there'd be a hole in the angle iron, and you'd weld it to the deck or whatever, and they'd pull a bolt through the thing, and you'd weld the bolt on what they wrote. So this went on for probably 3 months, and then they put you on production. And the first thing we worked on was intake. Housing for seawater, probably for one of the evaporators or the condenser. And let's see, it must have been 1.5 inch steel plates, put down and bead, and they had to fill the thing in all. Not too big, probably about the size of the windows that are showing. They had these two windows, but worked. You had to fill the V. And so we worked, another guy and I worked back to back. And we had filled the thing first night. The second night we finished it off. And then the counter I measured it up. And lo and behold, when we came into work the next night, he was a naval inspector. And they had a guy there with a pneumatic chisel. And one of them said, the inspector said, "Did you guys, what do you call it? Well, stuff it, I guess. You know, to come to me. Like, what do you meant with it? Did we put rod into the V and weld up the rod?" I said, "No way." I said, "Solid weld." And so I get the chippers in there, ground them out, and found out the hand was stuffed. And so then, well, no question, you did it. However, we had busted the rate. What we had done in the 2 nights was supposed to take during a week. And they were stuck, didn't know what to do. But finally they agreed to pay us far, but it busted the rate. And, so the counter came down the next night, and he said, "You know, I'm sorry, I got you in trouble." He said, "For heaven's sake, don't do it again." So I say, "I don't know what the devil they give us this work to do. You do it, and when we do it, you complain." See? And I said, "I'm in here." I said, 8 hours or whatever I'm in here. And what do you expect me to do? Whistle and song and dance? I need a weld. And that's what I'm doing. And, well, he said, "I tell you what I'll do. Would you be satisfied with, say, I'll count the stuff. I'll measure it. And I'll give you, I forgot what the heck it was, 40%. And I'll hold back the stuff. But I'll make sure you get this." And so that when you hit a bad night, I'll fill you up. And so, yeah, that's okay. So that's how we work. And we welded it. And the tanks. It was an intricate thing. The outside of a battleship like that is all tanks. Carry water and oil and everything else. These things are like a honeycomb. This patent, I've forgotten what the patent is now. You went down and you went over and over. And you can get lost in the damn thing. You went down in with a light. And we didn't have, that was one consolation. We didn't have to pull the the welding convents. See, that stuff's about that big around, heavy. They had special crews that all they did was pull those foolish things and connect them up. But when we would go down into the tanks, they would have the ventilator hoses in it and electric cord so it would be light, and the welding wire rod. But you always had to make sure you had 2 or 3 of those bulbs with you, because if you smash a damn bulb, you went down in that full face dark. So if anybody had claustrophobia, they were going crazy. The problem was mostly it never bothered me. A lot of them couldn't stand it. And let's see, went from the battleship, Massachusetts. Yeah, we laid the keel for the Lexington, the aircraft carrier Lexington, the replacement for the old Lexington. Built a new, but I just worked on the keel section, and damn, you get killed. They had these trash bins. Oh, maybe half the size of this room, and but not quite as high. They're probably 7 foot high, and well, they threw the scrap metal in the ship fitters work, and then the cranes were working all the gantry cranes, and because so you didn't pay any attention to them. They had these damn things were swinging over you all the time, and they were building the tanks, but they were just the walls, almost like a honeycomb. And one of the damn, we dropped the foolish in and nailed 2 of us. Didn't hit us, thank God, because and let's see, there, Lexington, the 2 carriers, Lexington, and the Wasp, yeah, because I had the keel in the Wasp. And then we went to, it took me off of that, and we went to, they were building 2 new light cruisers, the Boston and the Vincennes, and I worked on them from the head up the superstructure. And went back to Massachusetts for a while after she had gone to sea, in sea trial, and they had decided to put more guns on it. And they started putting the Ford 40 months. Oh my God, that thing. You been in North Carolina?
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, that's a sister ship of that. And bristling with guns. After he went back to Let's see.
What's the worst job you ever had? What's the worst work you ever had?
Well, that was probably the Vincent's. When she came back from a sea trial, I think it was the Vincent's. Yeah, it was the Vincent's. They had not been able to secure the anchor, and the anchor had beaten a hole in the hull forward. And it was winter, and it was January, February. And she had to be ready for in 2 days to get out. And I got stuck with a dog job welding the double plate under the anchor. And so they rigged a platform over the side for him. And it was a drizzling rain, almost like this. And I got a helper. And he held the sheet of plywood over me while I welded the dang double plate on it. By the time we got it done, both of us was soaking wet. But I came to talk in the morning. I was out for 7 or 8 days. It was like cold. That was a lot. But difficult, something really difficult with welding the magnetics. When things would get magnetized. On the light arm, it wasn't. Mild steel didn't magnetize, but the light arm would get magnetized, and it would be almost impossible to weld. You had to try all kinds of things. You hammer on the darn thing to try and set the thing. If that didn't work, you'd make a horseshoe thing and weld it to one plate to the other plate, and then wrap the welding rod, the welding line to it. It's a direct current. Welding is direct current. You know, it's just safe, but you can grab right over with no problem. So by wrapping the thing around the horseshoe, you created another magnetic field. And sometimes that would work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But as far as, different. We were the three of us. I've forgotten the guy's name, but we had teamed up together, and that's what we were doing overhead all night long. Is overhead, and wow, we got to chipping our teeth over it. And finally, Kelly, who was the boss, all right, he said, I'll take you off of the house. So we went in one night. All right, you guys go inside. And he showed us what he wanted done. And it was a bulkhead. And the angle irons for the longitudinal to stiffen the hull going down through. And when the bulkhead, they cut squares out of the bulkhead to fit down over the angle iron. And the job was to take a little square, and a little square was stuffed down under the angle iron. And you had to hold the dang thing in there, tack it in, and then weld the thing into it. And had to be, it was a 5/16 weld. It was one bead, and 2 beads over. And the only way you could see the was you had to back up to the dang thing, hands and knees. It's practically stand on your head and work between your legs. Well, I'm telling you, we weren't too happy with the thing. And we're chipping our teeth. And when the counter finally came in, he said, he looks at him, he says, "Wow, you guys are really made out tonight." He said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Wow, you realize what the rate is on these things?" He said, "Yeah, of course not." He said, "Wow." He says, "I can't. We'll have to break it down." He said, "Really?" "Oh, this is great." Next night we got back in. We go at it. I mean, we really went out.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelly come on, and he said, "What are you damn fools doing?" And, we want to put us back doing the overhead. All night with your head between your knees, upside down. Well,
What's the best prank you ever pulled? What's the best prank you ever pulled? What's the best prank you ever pulled on somebody?
Oh, Lord. That time, I was before they were getting some of the young women, and they shouldn't have put them out on the house. But anyway, they gave me what the heck was she? She was a Syrian, I think. And she was a small gal. And we had to take her. We had to teach her. And this one was so small. She had a jumper thing on, like
Mm-hmm.
and in order to get it to finish, she had pulled the thing up under her armpits, and she looked like a penguin when she walked around. And they didn't know. Well, they were. Yeah, they were in earnest. They were trying. We were just cussing. So I went with, "Hey, you want to learn how to weld zinc?" "Oh yeah, well zinc." So some of the stuff that they had to dip zinc, and the wire that was coated with zinc were just about the size of a welding rod. So we straighten it all out and sharpen it up. And of course, the minute they tried to strike an arc, the thing would stick to it. And then we get red hot and then white hot, and the smoke would, the zinc oxide, the clouds of it. They were character. but you really didn't have much time to fiddle around. It was dead serious work. And really, in my mind, I never messed around. When I went into work, I went in just exactly for that. Where's the job? Tell me the number of the machine. See, we had all these cables coming up in. Cable pullers that soldered out between shifts. And the machines were down off the hull. And the number to tell you which machine was which was yours. And of course, it's a different size wire you had to use to the different ones. You'd have to adjust the amplification. Once you got the thing straightened out, then all you had to do was go at it. But, yeah, the only time I really, I nearly killed myself. Not quite. I was working a fantail of I don't know what it was. It was one of the carriers. And out of the scaffold. We were not supposed to pull lines. If the line had to be pulled, we called the line pullers. But I don't know why I did. I moved up another section on the scaffold. I'd thrown the line up over and then started pulling the line up. And just the cable was that big. And I wasn't paying too much attention when I was pulling it up. And first thing I missed the dang thing and I had to run out. And my feet get caught in the food thing. And I yanked my feet out from underneath me. And it was like there was a stanchion there. I grabbed all those stanchions and hung on and ran out. That's after call the line pullers. That's all that crew did was straight well and mine. All night long, all day long, pulling the line. I didn't mind it. A lot of the guys get sick of it. It would get monotonous at times. You just say, sit there and burn one.
Well, who is the best school teacher? Tell me about the best school teacher you had.
Best school teacher. Well, I probably didn't realize it at the time. Probably Carrie Long. She was in the 7th grade English teacher. Yeah, I didn't realize at the time or appreciate it until later. I thought she was the best one. But, hard to say. See, I wasn't taking a college. I was taking a general thing. I really was college. No way. Yeah, I was Jerry. She used to write her own poetry, and she would recite it. And you carried away, and she'd be crying over the poetry. That was the only time we got an A in English. It was Jerry. We were reading the Shakespeare. Oh God Almighty! A Midsummer's Night's Dream, and I agreed to make a bust of Shakespeare. And I strung it out 2 turns. Then I had to produce. I did produce, but I didn't get it for English. I got the A because Terry wanted the. She was a good teacher.
Tell me how you got into the Masons. When did you go into the Masons, and how did Masonic Lodge? When did you join, and why?
Oh, we were in the catering business, and I was doing work for Norumbega Lodge in Newton. And, a master, what is his name? I didn't know. Anyway, Chester Norris was the kid's name. Roughly Chester Norris. Anyway, one night I was doing DMLA work. They would have stuff after their meetings, and after you fed the Masonic bunch, and but it's absolutely forbidden at that time to ask somebody to join the lodge. They have to come of their own free will. And, so I was making up the bill for one night. Master was there, and the secretary and the treasurer. And I've forgotten which one of them was. They said, we're dumb. They said, we should get this guy to join the lodge. So when I get back to the house, because Mr. Eaton was a Mason, Howard was Mason, and Bess was an Eastern Star. And Roy said, "Oh, tell him about the night." He said, they actually, he said, that's an absolute no-no. And so next time, I thought about it a little bit. And so then I got a good idea. So I called. I forgot. He was a master electrician in Newton, kind of Nora Beagle Lodge. Because when we moved to the Cape, I had to take a demit from Nora Beagle to switch to Universal Lodge. And, I enjoyed it. It's a fine organization. I don't think most people. I know they don't. They don't understand it, and you can't explain it either. So it's been kind of a misconception. I know people have misconceptions of the Summer Lodge. When you're talking to them, they think it's all kinds of things, but it isn't. Because you don't have to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. So a lot of fine work. People, I never wanted to get out of the Blue Lodge. They wanted to several times get me to go into the Scottish Rites, the shrine. I didn't have the time, between work. I didn't have the time. I enjoyed it. And your mother did, she was east of the side. And we had a good time. But, yeah.
How would you like to be remembered?
Well, probably for just what I was. There's nothing. Not much subterfuge, but what you saw is what you get. That's about the size of it. I know I be people in appearance of the law. I don't, hopefully, have never intentionally harmed anybody. And maybe I did something good somewhere along the line, I don't know. But I like to work with the kids. We put a lot of kids, you know that. There's nothing wrong with the young people in this country. Mostly it's their stupid adults. I must have done something right because they were starting to bring their children to work. So I had to have done something right.
What do you wish you had done more of? What do you wish you would have done more of if you had time?
What do I wish I would have done?
done more of, enjoyed doing more of?
Work?
No, anything.
Hmm.
Anything.
Oh, I know. Well, when we were pulling the trailer, I should have gone down the Baja Peninsula. And that's, if I had run into probably Baldwin Mitchell before I did, we would have. In Baldwin, I was not too happy about Mexico at that time. But they had gone down several times and had a great time. And, we should have done the Baja. And, a lot of American colonies down there. And, the only time I ever get in Mexico was, yeah, we pulled in to Tijuana. And Tijuana would make any more than Las Vegas is America. And I should have done the Alcan Highway. And here again, I listened to all the horror stories about pulling trailers up the, and Lord Almighty, you get the trailer messed up and you get broken windshields, and all kinds of rocks thrown in. Lordy, that was dumb. But anyway, what we did in Alaska was good. But I should have done the whole thing. Because that's a fantastic road. Starting at Dawson Creek and going the whole way up. And there isn't a grade there that's more than 5%. And actually, the dirt road, they had dirt, gravel road. And the rock will get kicked up once in a while. But actually, the gravel surface is smoother than the paved surface. Once in a while, you run a pavement. And so you run in a pavement and the doggone stuff with frost heaved and everything else. But fantastic country. And when you driving, you can pull off the side of the road anywhere, and stay for the night. And immediately you pull off the road, the next guy coming down would stop and say, "You all right?" There was no problem.
Yeah.
It was just that they didn't want to get their airstreams dirty. That's the full trailer was supposed to do, so many online. And just, if anybody really, I know they have all the best intentions of the world, and, but try and take care of all the people in need. Just can't be done. it's I don't think we have created that. If we've gotten involved in it yet, but some of it may have been for the best intentions. I don't know, but we certainly are going to have to find some way of getting out of there. We have, my God, what we had in Vietnam. Guys with their feet falling off and legs falling off. You know, all understood that if you killed a man, it was all over. So, in order to make a man a problem, the best thing you could do was probably blow his legs off. And that's why they had all those little mini mines. So now it just takes 6 or 7 people to take care of this. Now, there's no question about Ho Chi Minh was a vicious son again, but he also if you look at it from the other side, he was protectionist too, the very best way he could against an invader.
Mm-hmm.
We should never have been there. We should have got out before the French did. And I still can't understand why they stayed in there. I really don't. Never can understand. Because why they thought they were a threat to us as a nation. Without Russia, yes. But even Russia wasn't a threat to us. You come right down to it. She would have had to come in.
Yeah, that's alright.
Over Alaska. Had a bugger of a job to do. But I never thought of Russia as a real problem.
What about the nuclear weapons? What about the nuclear weapons?
Well, they were more risk than we were. And they weren't dumb. And like this thing, they didn't know instead of Iran and having a nuclear. Of course, the common sense tells you that they want to get one as a threat. You know, this is we created a problem. We keep forgetting that we created the problem. And I don't think there's an answer to it. Sooner or later, probably right, somebody's going to be dumb enough to shoot one or more. one that does. Heaven help us. I really don't think the Russians. The one thing everybody forgets about Russia, or seems to forget, is that they really understood the cost of war after Stalingrad and some of the places. My God. You know, every family in Russia was affected by it. What happened? They lost thousands of people. We are very fortunate. We lost a lot of men, yeah. But not the devastation that they went through. So, most of it was bluff. And old Khrushchev he was a smart little cookie. He didn't want to really get involved. And Kennedy was right. Can you imagine what would have happened if this hard nose from Texas had to deal with would have been a different game. It probably would have, if he had treated Khrushchev as he did this thing. Wow. He's on. The world is now, and we're the only real superpower so far. What do we do with all this trash we got? We have all these carriers and all this junk. It isn't worth a hoot nor a run. And get involved like England, Episcopalian Church, and it isn't that you can't go out and trust a dollar bill.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. But that all started with that Madeline birth. And of course, it gained momentum, and then the crackpots and the weirdos get into the act. And for some reason, they just won't break it, break away.
Same. Yeah.
I tell you, I never had any problem with that. Yeah, because I was the son of God.
That's right.
And, I've been passing that, but I don't know how large I served 2 years as a master. And then I was a deputy grand marshal. And of course, people have different ideas of thought. Mason. But one of the things that was absolutely forbidden is the discussion of religion and politics.
Hmm.
I always had a problem with until I got to be master, and then I solved the problem myself. Having the chaplain get to open before we open the lodge and say a prayer. And our lodge and some Portuguese Catholics, French Catholics. All names of the elbow. It was a real, almost an international thing. And it was started because the French cable company that came across, first cable, came across the Atlantic, came from Brest, France, and came into East Ham, which was the next town from Orleans. And but French, they had to have French operators to understand. So we had several French families in the area. And it was these are French Catholics. And we had some of them in the lodge. And the Masonic Lodge makes no distinction because the tenets of the Mason is not religious. It is religious in the fact that you have got to believe in a supreme being. An atheist cannot be a Mason. No way.
Was Ben Franklin a Mason? Was Ben Franklin? Were a lot of these?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Franklin, Washington, Hamilton. About 2/3 of the sign of the independence.
Okay.
And actually, the whole structure was based on Masonic principle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I've read some on Freemasonry, got on the internet, went to a website and was looking at things. Now, are a lot of the principles based on what we would call Old Testament principles during the time of Solomon? All right, what does that mean? Help me out. What things is it based on?
What makes you a Mason?
Yeah. In other words, what things from the Old Testament, the times of Solomon, is Masonry based on?
Oh, it goes back before Solomon.
Goes back to what? Okay.
It goes back to build pyramids
Mm.
and beyond. They really don't know. They have found what's the obelisk there?
The Washington Monument you talked about, or something over?
There's one, yeah. And they found it in Egypt.
Okay. You're right.
And when they got up on the base, down the base, you're a Masonic symbol.
Really?
Because it goes way back. It's the word Freemason develops a fact that these were the craftsmen, stonemasons,
Okay.
built the cathedrals all over Europe and everywhere else. And they were free to move wherever they wanted.
Okay.
Other people were bound,
Okay.
but the master masons
Could move forever.
and
Oh. Okay.
they had actually the secret part. It is not a secret society. No way. Because the membership roll and everything else is open to anybody. It's a society with secrets.
Oh. Okay. So there are certain things you know that because I'm not a Mason, I wouldn't know or shouldn't
Yeah.
know.
And I believe the conflict. Because if you know history, from the concept of Christianity, Rome get in the act.
Mm-hmm.
And so it had to be in this time when it was all Catholic. And it wasn't until Henry's time, the Reformation,
Mm-hmm.
they broke and got away from it. But it's no, what I was going to go back to was I always had trouble with chaplains saying a sectarian prayer.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Nothing wrong with the prayer, but a sectarian prayer.
Well, if you've got Jews, Christians, Muslims,
Right.
it's kind of a hard thing to do.
So keep the sectarian side out of it.
Mm.
Everybody who is halfway intelligent has to know the supreme being. You don't have to do right.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
When somebody wants to think that this is just happened, you know, all you have to do is show them a flower. Right? How intricate it is.
I think about, I've lived here in North Carolina most of my life, and I was born and raised here. And I was raised on a farm where I saw the changing of the seasons. I saw animals have and give birth.
Right.
I mean, you just saw an order to things. So to me as a young person, how could that all just happen?
No. There's it's a Hindu sect that believes in the circle of life.
Mm-hmm.
And it really is. There's birth and growth and death and rebirth and over and over and over. But when I took over as master, the man who had been the chaplain in the lodge for probably 10, 15. And so I didn't want to dispute up the whole thing. However, I didn't want him to say a sectarian prayer.
I see.
So I took him aside before the first meeting and talked about when we would get in the office lined up and everything else. And I said, I want you to be my chaplain. However, only under one provision. You are not to say a sectarian prayer. Now, it may be fine for you, fine for other people. Okay. But my take on this thing is entirely different. And we have Sumner Robinson, who was a Jew, and we had Portuguese, who were Catholic, and all that. So under those conditions, if you will not say a sectarian prayer, don't make Jesus or Christ, anything, just say the prayer. I don't care what kind of prayer.
So if they wanted to talk about Jesus, they could do that later.
Yeah. Now you're bringing making a sectarian prayer.
I see.
So anyway, started. Sure enough, whether he did it unconsciously or not, probably did. And the alphabet meeting, I said, I like to see you. I want to talk to you here. I said, I don't know whether it was a slippery, whether you did it deliberately. But I'll tell you right now, at our next meeting, you do. A master in a Masonic lodge is just exactly what the word implies.
Oh,
You're the master.
you're in charge.
You are you have the absolute authority. And I said, I will, if you do this, I will wrap the gavel, stop the proceeding, and I will say, Brother Marshall, you are to escort our chaplain outside of the lodge. And I said, don't try me, you have to.
What did he do?
He said, I had no problem after that.
Mm. Mm.
And, but
Would you, let me ask you this, would you say, I think you told me that it was your grandparents who were Quakers.
yeah,
Were your parents Quakers, or were they just not religious folks at all?
I tried to figure it out. I really don't know. My father, to my knowledge, never stepped foot in a church. No, my mother either. And, my father, his only vice was raising fighting cock.
You told me about that.
And my mother's family, the only one that I know that really was church goer was my aunt, my mother's sister, Irma.
Mm-hmm.
She was married to a man named Bly, and he had a hardware store in Woburn, Massachusetts. Woburn was, at that time was the largest patent leather city in the world.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was, we were right next to Lexington.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh yeah, they had Mason Cobb, Riley, stuff. And of course, to back up the leather thing, they had the romantic gelatin, which they used in the scraps of the hides of gelatin.
Okay.
And American Chemical Company, and we had a real polyglot society. There were Greeks and Russians,
Wow.
everything.
She just had a real melting pot, didn't
Real melting pot.
Yeah.
But there were no blacks.
Ah.
No, it was really weird. The only black man I ever saw in person was Mr. Fields. My father was raised stuff for the Boston. Well, he had a stall in the flower market, and we would take produce and stuff in greenhouses. The only black I ever saw until I got to high school was Mr. Fields, and he used to plow for my father and keep a horse. And a real fine man. And he would come. I can still see him. He was not too big a man, and he would have a suit, all dressed up, white shirt, tie, and he would come in. We lived about a tenth of a mile off the road.
I know the same thing about algebra. Me too. Me with algebra, I remember the boss's daughter asked me one time, she said, "Did you take algebra in school?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Did you like it?" I said, "Let me tell you something. I've been out of school for 45 years. I think there's 3 times that I could have used algebra since I left school." there's always some other way of figuring it out.
Well, yes and no. I understood what they were looking for.
You pay somebody that knows algebra.
I really,
You have two brothers you could call and ask for the answers.
my first year in high school stuck me that. Fred Gilmore killed any aspiration for mathematics. She killed like that.
I always said that I took 4 years of French in high school. People said, really? I said, yeah, 2 years of first year French and 2 years of second year French. And I just barely got through.
No, see, David did the same thing, and you had no problem with it at all, right?
What?
With French in the school. Because I know when you hit Earl, you had no problem with it.
Well, I got through. Let's say I got through.
See, geometry. Geometry for me was a step. I aced geometry. I could see it. It made sense. You know, you could draw it out. You learned the axioms, the theorems, and it was simple. But algebra, you know, a plus b equals x squared. But sometimes it equals y cubed. Made no sense to me. Just
No,
no
but
sense.
algebra is a whole different. To my mind, was not mathematics. I started dealing with abstract.
Well, calculus was what got me.
That's tough.
I wouldn't even try.
I don't know why I wound up down the engine room.
They probably just were figuring that was the farthest they could get you down, so you wouldn't be yelling at them.
Well, but in a sense, it worked out well. It really did, because if I'd have bought a bug deck, I would have been unhappy. I never minded being at sea. In fact, I'd like to be at sea. Because then you were occupied when we would be hanging from the hook. And well, we never were in any way near civilization, except when we went down to New Caledonia. And the only reason we're down in New Caledonia is they screwed up at Iwo Jima. You know, and in the thing I gave you, there's a history of this ship. There's absolutely no mention of what happened at Iwo Jima other than the landing. But because I was not aboard, I was on the boats. But it was the second, I don't know, it was either the second or third night at Iwo Jima, just before sundown. All of the troop ships and auxiliary stuff would pull off and go to sea. And one of the jackasses in the after steering room had slung a buck, and he somehow or other rolled over and hit the pot, the pet pot that drained the hydraulic ramp for the rudder. And the stupid ensign on the bridge that had the corn, he should have called the captain immediately. But he didn't. He decided to try and steer the vessel manually. Now, we were a high speed assault transport. And most troop ships, what, 6 to 8 knots. We could do 18 or better. And this jackass was trying to make stay with the fun. And I guess he got 2 turns. And anyway, he didn't get the other one. He caught another vessel before. I smack into the middle and stove into their reefer section. And I believe there were 2 men killed in the thing. And there was absolutely no mention of it. But anyway, after it was over, when I went back to the vessel, it was all over. The front end was stove into the 17th stand, she was 17th. Focus was up the bottom. And so they, we went up to, and did Okinawa. It was still messed up. We had gotten a new captain. No. It was after Okinawa we got the new captain. No, it was not. We had taken walk and wounded down, what they call walk and wounded down to Guam and discharged. And then he got back to Saipan. He must have come aboard his side. Some of it gets to be a jumble. Some people can tell you days and dates and everything. Like,
What was the worst weather you were ever in? What was the worst weather you were ever in? What was the worst weather you were ever in?
the weather? Oh Lord. We got caught in that typhoon that hit Okinawa at 45. We were running 5 vessels, 5 of it. We were on our way from we were headed to Guam, wounded. And of course they didn't have the weather report. Sure, so they have now. And the first wave, we slammed into that. It hit us just like a brick wall. And that's where they lost the destroyer. When you can sink a destroyer, you got a seaway. You got a pretty thing going. We hit, I think it was the second day, and of course the bow was messed up anyway. And when we hit that wall of water, it keeled the deck on the focus hole. I had a quad 40 gun mount there. And just like a sardine can, you open it up, just throw it right back. Open it up just like a damn sardine can. And that's when the old man decided he better stick his tail to this thing and run with it. Well, you want to have fun. Well, at that time, we had waves that were at least 50 foot high. Walls of water. We would go down in the trough, and there was nothing but water. It was like being in a and then we would start to go up. And when you come up to the crest, you'd look out and maybe you'd see the masthead of one of the others. The wind probably by that time had to be well over 120 miles an hour. It would shot the top right off of the wave. It's just like a knife would. Salt water going sideways. The inclinometer, when we tried to turn the vessel, inclinometer in the instrument is set for 35. Yeah, 30, I think it was 35 or 33 degrees. And the thing would go over and hit the pin and just ride on the pin. And finally got the dang thing around. Got a tail to it. And we would ride them. A prop would come out of the water.
The whole thing goes like that.
Oh, gee, yeah, well, you could catch it. We had an Allison German. Well, a head stern valve throttle had a wheel on it about yay big, so you could anticipate it. Put you in a sling, and you were in the sling so you couldn't get out of it. And you could wait until it could arrive, and you started easing it back, keep enough to steer it on it. And then when you feel it start to shut it down, and go into the advance and the reverse to stop that. And they change the throttling every 15 minutes. You can only stand about 15 minutes. And nobody allowed on deck. Deck was sweet. Five days. Wow. About 4.5 days of running there. We got and they had no idea. When we ran into that dang thing, nothing was secured. The mess room, the tables were still there, up and the benches there. And of course, when you hit that thing, the whole mess room was in the corner. It's a wonder somebody didn't get killed in the fluid. But had a couple of broken arms and legs and stuff. But a wild ride, I'll tell you. We pulled in the Guam and get rid of the wounded. The deck apes turned to. And they were washing footprints off of the bulkhead as high as my shoulder. So we walked up on the bulkhead. The doggone thing would roll over. Come on. And then finally you started easing off.
5 days.
Out of the roll.
5 days of that. 5 days of that.
Yeah. Well, they didn't know where the hell the thing was going or where it, they didn't have they didn't Yeah, so you get
Think about the
Doppler
wounded.
radar there.
Yeah. But you stand with your back to the wind, the center of circulation is on your. Stand with your back to the wind. Center of circulation is to the left.
Yeah. Wow, I tell you, that was one wild ride. We were a pretty good sized vessel. No, when you can take 2,000 Marines and their gear, it takes a lot of vessel. Real wild ride. But we were fortunate. Really, the honest to God's truth, I was the only one. But for movie still in the fan. We had one kid, Johnson, his name. He lost 3 LCVPs on the beach and never got a scratch.
How about some pie? You ready for some pie?
I'm fine, thanks.
I'll go for pie.
You want some more pie? More pie?
Oh, pie.
More pie?
Sure, you will. I'll tell you what. He's got a sweet tooth just like me.
How about? Yeah, I might have a small piece. How much?
Really weird. You could go through the whole thing and never lose a man.
That's a good thing. That's good. You must have lost some Marines. You must have lost some Marines.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Our own. I couldn't believe it. I get back. If you were exhausted, at least I was. Couldn't sleep. No way. No way. I went in, cleaned up the shower, cleaned up. Couldn't sleep. So they were calling for volunteers to turn the office of the ward room and operating room. So I went up and well, the 3 of us gone there. We had to go. The first thing we greeted with was the stank arms and legs. Every night, in that thing, when we left Iwo Jima, we had 200 men resting comfortably. Jump from Cuba. I closed all of the troop showers and heads. And that's where they put the body bags. And every night, sometime between 9 and 10, they would call for the special and the burials at sea. Really, because every bloody night. And now these poor suckers are down in there. Of course, they had good ventilation. They're very good ventilation. But the temperature probably down that hold would be in the 90s. It had to be in the 90s. And of course, we take the seat. And Lord, by morning, there must have been something down there. They get seasick and oh, Lord. This is not a very, very good subject to be eaten by.
The call I can remember on board ship was,
Yeah.
sweepers, man your brooms. Sweep down all decks, passageways.
Down forward and
Sweep down fore and aft, all ladders and passageways. Take all trash and garbage to the fantail. Sweepers, man your brooms.
get the special sea anchor details. Secure all necessary gear. Make all preparations for getting
That's the
them
only-
away.
Only left-handed kid in my class all through school. The year I taught school, my first year students, I had 32 students and 12 of them were left-handed.
That's
Which
what
I
I
thought
liked
was
about
pretty-
the engine room. We didn't have to do any.
Yeah.
All that crap was done decades. All we had to do was stand our watch. Didn't do any side work at all. They used to gall the hell out of it in the decades. Because we'd come up out of the engine room and get a shower, and we were off for 4 hours. Or 8. I don't know what the decision to. Because they have to stand their watch and then turn to and chip paint and do all kinds of other side work. We didn't have to do any of that. It's really funny. And we were funny incidents.
Where is your battle station?
We were down the mess hall one day and had a guy, Van Shack. He was a first class machinist, mate. He had been a chief. He'd been a chief machinist, mate. He was a problem, I tell you. A mean little bugger. He had been busted God knows how many times. And when we got him, he had been caught. He was on Mare Island. Not Mare Island, no, Treasure Island. And he caught in a crap game. They were shooting crap on one of their heads. And the master of the arm caught him. And he'd been there almost 5-6 months. The only one that knew he was there was a paymaster. He was collecting his pay from the Navy as a chief. Well, there's a yeah, not a chief war, but I think he was I didn't make summer. Because he get busted back. So we have. And Van Shack knew his business, he really did. We were down in the mess hall. And the executive officer came in. Because we were sitting there drinking coffee and the exec stops him. He says, "You went by us." Then all of a sudden he stops and turns around and goes back. He says, "What are you men doing here?" Van Shack looked at him. "We're black gang. We're off watch." "Oh." So he says, one of us, he says, "How long have you been in the Navy?" So, sir. Me, told. And he looks at Van Shack. "How long have you been in the Navy?" 17 years, sir. He said, 17 years? "Yes, sir." 17 years, sir. It's just the way he says, sir. Oh. Shit. He put a tail between his legs and took off. Van Shack didn't spit on the shoes, but he got the infant. He knew what he was getting. Yeah, a 17-year man. Mean, oh, you a mean little bastard. Not with the crew, but we went from things quieted down more or less. But the whole bow of the ship was messed up. So they sent us down to New Caledonia for a repair base. And it was not at Nomia, but this repair base was a small island out of the group. And we used to go back and forth between there and Nomia. The center of Nomia at that time was people land. There's a straight street from the Sleep Land and right up the center of town. And they had a big run by the USO. It was one of the, and Red Cross and the whole gang were in there. And they had, deer. They had no hard liquor, but they had deer for their crew. And it's better than a box of bloody monkeys. This street was just from the Fleet Land up to the center of town. And on each side of the road were beer joints, liquor joints. And they wouldn't be much larger than the room here. And they had shutters, no windows, just shutters. And you would flip the shutter. Didn't make any difference. I think they hung the shutter over. Anyway. And then the minute that gang, we had part of the Australian, the Aussies had a part of their fleet that come in, and which was a bad news deal. But anyway, these damn things would immediately just be packed full as the gang comes off the ship. Each one of these things would immediately fill up with guy. And so Don, we pull liberty, and so we get into the same thing and up the bar. And big black women with bartender, and they had the bottles all lined up in the back of the thing. So, what do you boys want? Well, I said, I'll take whatever the heck it was. And Dawn wanted something else. And the cop wanted something else. I said, points the empty glasses down, reaches over, grabs a bottle. We're all out of the same damn bottle. Well, this in the morning, probably 11 o'clock. And by 2 o'clock, you look down the street, and it was like laundry on a Monday morning. They'd drop it to the bar, and they'd pick them up and take them over the window, and they'd fold them over the window, hey, hang them like laundry. And it's the honest to God's truth, I'm not kidding. And, so about 3 o'clock, 2:30, they had the work party started. And then they had at the Fleet Land, about at the end of the street, they had a big, I don't know what you'd call it. It was a open thing. It was just a roof, a shelter, keep the rain off, the sun off. And the trucks, the dump trucks, would come with the work parties, and then heave these guys up into the truck, and then they'd take them back down to the shed thing and lay them out like cordwood. And then the bosun would come from the ships. Of course, they knew the crew, and he would have the bosun would have a work cut, and he'd walk down through this one, this one, and they'd take him and dump them in the boat. They had the cargo net in the boat, all spread out like that, and then stack. They stack them up in the cargo. Take them back to the ship and throw the boom out, go over the cargo net, pick them up, and take them like fish in the net, and dump them on the deck, open the cargo net, and then had the saltwater hose there. And oh my, would they be right by now? And then wash them down with the saltwater hose until they could stagger to their feet. This went on all the time we were there. Every day, the question I have. So 3 sections Liberty. 2 sections there to stay on. One would be on the Father, one was Liberty. But they'd drop in their tracks, and they'd drape them all over the thing. Down the
My worst days, I never got that.
Fun. You having fun yet? Yeah. Well, of course, they probably had.
Well, we
By
did
the
that.
time we got there, that was the first civilization. we got anywhere near, since we had left Pearl Harbor. We probably 10 months. And celebrating seeing something besides water.
You didn't see it for very long though.
Yeah.
Couldn't spend money, there was nothing to spend money on.
Right.
Oh yeah, another funny thing. We pulled into a place, a Vegas idea where the hell we were. We went in at night, in the morning, I couldn't believe it. We're hanging on the hook. And we were completely surrounded by jungle. You couldn't see a way out. We were in a lagoon. There were about eight vessels. And anyway, we pulled Liberty and Hartman. That guy, he was a chief. Pharmacist, and he had all kinds of junk. He was going to go over and trade with the natives. He had cigarettes and candy, all good. And we hit the shore, and there was a kid there, probably 8 or 10 years old, black with the ace of spades, and he had a war club thing, all inlaid with mother of pearl, pig's teeth, and the whole thing. He was so Hartman looked at this in his eyes up there. He starts putting the cigarettes down. No joke. No, he put more stuff down. No joke. He kept putting more stuff down. Finally, the kid looked down here. Yeah, okay, Joe, but not this one. I mean, he didn't say that in pidgin English. No. This one, no. He reaches behind him. He brings out the one that was. This one, Joe. This one, not this. No. This was what he was selling. And Hartman looks at it and he said, the deal was for that one. No joke. And Hartman said, give me, he starts to roll the stuff up. The kid started yelling bloody murder. And out of the bushes comes he said, oh God. These things. Black isn't black. That isn't black. That's almost pale white compared to what this is. Here they come with the scar tattoo on them, the scar. And one on them had orange hair. They would give anything to get a bottle of peroxide. And the kid jabbers to these 5 or 6. They took at a hat and up and down. Hey, Joe, this one here, you bought it. They scooped the cigarettes from the whole shooting match up. And Hartman standing there with the man, every once in a while, when we'd see an island, hey, Hartman, let's go over and trade with the natives. See, they had caught on by then.
Yeah.
It was our own faults, really.
You probably had some
we
kid out there
would
making
pull into these, we'd pull into these damn islands, and they would, the bum boats would come out immediately, but it'd stay away from where the office of the deck. The office of the deck might be on the port side. They'd be on the starboard side. So you could trade with them. And cigarettes at that time, we were paying 5 cents a pack. So cigarettes were cheaper than drip. But they were paying, the bum boats were paying, we could get, I think it was $16 or $18 for a carton of cigarettes. And a mattress cover. Whole mattress cover. I've forgotten what that was, but they would use. So we'd rip the thing in half. If you folded it real carefully, you can make it look like it was an old.
Jeez.
And you put the pail over the side of the line, and then start doing the mathematics. So many mattress covers, so many cigarettes and stuff. And finally, you get the deal done. Put the money in the pocket. And pull the money up and put the stuff there. Give him the stuff. And of course, the minute they go out there, start yelling bloody murder. And the officer on deck would hose them down. So they just send a crew over with a hose niche and hose them down. And of course, the whole time they're calling us every kind of name they could think of. But one of them said, "Don't you feel bad doing this?" And this van shack was, and I feel sorry for him. Yeah, I feel sorry I didn't take it for more. He would take this stuff up to Manila, and good God, I'm really what I said. They're doing their own people. Why should it? That guy would, after you get through doing the deal, he would reach in his pocket, and no exaggeration, he'd pull out a wad of bills that big and start peeling them off. So what he was paying us, he would take to Manila or give at least 8-10 times more. So when they took Hartman, they were getting poetic justice. And at times it was funny.
Down in Guatemala one day, my friend Bill and his girlfriend and I, we were gonna go. We had made arrangements for this guy to take us up a little river to this place where they had hot water waterfalls, like real natural water slides and stuff. So we go into shore on my dinghy. You get to the dinghy, and there are all these little water
Alrighty. So you gotta start when the guy sneaks in.
Well, as you come down the hill to get in the parking lot, it was down, and there was a road that went off to the right, and there's again signs all over the thing. No parking lot. Beach buggies only. So there's people would go think they could sneak in the back end of the parking lot or avoid I think at that time probably was $1 a pop. $1, yeah, probably $1. And anyway, this guy had gone down and he had almost made it to the parking lot. He bogged down right to the axle. And Capright and Lloyd Higgins and Art Fraser. Art Fraser had the beach for a four-wheel, the Suburban one.
No, it was Travelall.
Yeah, four-wheel drive thing, taxi. And so they go down and see this guy, and the guy says, well, "How do I get out of this?" And Camp looks at him. He says, "What were you trying to do?" He said, "Well, I thought I could get in the parking lot." So anyway, the guy is bogged down. He can't go forward. He can't go backward. So he says, "How do I get out of it?" And he said, "Well, you can call Chubby Wilcox up in the Texas station, and he generally charges $25 for his cars." I said, "You have to find him. Wait a minute, maybe Fraser and Western can help you out." Fraser said, "Yeah, sure, we'll pull him off." And so he backs the four-wheel drive up. Lloyd goes looking for the chain. He comes back with the chain, and they hook the chain out. It was a regular rack. They get the thing all set up to pull out, and Fraser starts to pull him out, then he stops. He gets out of the thing, he goes back, and he says, "By the way, how do we divide this $15 up?" Higgins said, "Well, let's see, 15, how do you divide 15? Take it through this stupid act. And why you can't, it's my chain, and you can't pull him out of the thing without the chain." And yeah, Fraser, that's right. He said, "But I got the thing, and your chain is no damn good without my thing pulling us." And well, how are we going to divide it? And well, 5 and 10, that's $15. $5. No way you're going to get $5 and be pulling, see? And Higgins would say, "Well, it's my chain, and $10. I should get the $10 and you get the 5." And then stuck to do it. The hell would I say? Fraser would say, "Take your damn chain and throw the chain out." And he'd get into the thing, stick that away. And Cap would say, come on, guys, for Christ's sake, give him a break, give him a break. Well, all right. For $15. How the hell do you divide $15? So then they decided on an even number, $16. I think it's a good 16. And so finally they would settle down. They'd start to pull the guy out. And Cap would watch this whole process. And the minute the front wheels hit the parking lot, he would say, "Stop! Thank you, sir. The fee is $5 for parking." They were really funny. And they were very big down on the beach. Every morning, one of them would bring a bunch of beer down, go out where those stands was wet, and bury the thing and put something to mark where the beer was. They had a great time. I remember one, it's not a nice story in a way, but it really happened. They had a first aid station or something. And Cap used to keep pretty good tabs about what was going on. And he saw this man and woman coming off the beach. And the woman is struggling with something here. And having a heart. And the man is helping her. So Cap grabs the first aid kit and he runs over. The guy finally is up where the cubicle thing was. And the guy the wife was sitting there and the guy, Captain is running up and the guy is, no, it's okay. And Cap's laying out the first aid kit and everything else. He said, no, the guy said, no, it's all right. And he said, you want me to call the ambulance? No. He said, she just missed the pants. Made the better than box the monkey. I think the best one was cooking the table follow with him. And we were busy. It was a good day. The sun was shining I knew it would be mob. It must have been about 1 o'clock. And this man jumped up to the side window, and he was furious. Both of his shins were great. The blood was running down. And he says, "You're the owner of this place?" And, "Yes." He said, I just sat down at one of your picnic tables and I went over backwards and he had stunned his shins. And I'm sorry. Is the table defective in any way? Well, no. Well, they're there for your convenience, and I'm sorry it happened. He was a judge from somewhere or other, I don't know where the hell, some probably New Jersey or somewhere. He was a judge. And I said, well, I said, it's the first day station over. administration building over there. They'll pick you up. So, there again, Frazier was in the administration, and the guy comes stopping in, he's raving, and telling about the whole thing, and getting his leg passed up. Frazier, he said, you mean you're a judge? Yeah, sure, he was a judge from he said, judge. And you don't know how to sit in a bench. After the sentence, you don't know how to sit in a bench.
Sounds like everybody was in cahoots.
Yeah,
They were funny.
anybody who's off, off cave, they were just.
Asking for trouble.
That's a bus on it up.
Yeah.
The next goal for the door.
They put up with them.
Yep.
For the money.
That's because they refused to put baskets up at the canal where the people could drive up at the rotary, put their money in it, and go home so that we could distribute it evenly amongst the people that lived there.
Yeah, before the Democrats took it. The guys in Congress.
Had a lot of fun in that.
You know, a lot of my classmates, probably Dave and the rest of them too, but a lot of my classmates worked at the shack. And there was one, Ralph McKenzie. And Ralph McKenzie was always had his eye out for the girls. And at that time, we had the Coke and stuff was in bottles. And they had there was a 5 cent deposit on the bottle, so everybody brought them back. And one of Ralph's jobs was to take the bottles from there. And we had a place out back where they kept the bottles. Ralph's walking out there, he's got like 8 cases of bottles. And he's almost to the back door, and Dad says, "Wow, look at that one." Ralph's all the way. That's the funny thing. He turns around with these 8 cases of bottles. He's working his way back to the.
Yeah. 6, 8, 9. Boy, this is a 10. I think the biggest. No, there was no hullabaloo about on Jackie Kennedy was waving it.
Yeah.
Okay. I was in the office. It was Janet Nagle. Janet came in and she said, he was practically jumping up and Mr. Philbin, Jackie Kennedy. Jackie Kennedy. Oh, my. He was bouncing. Hey, get out of here. Somebody looks like, no. Jackie Kennedy and Eunice Shrive and all of them. So I go over and lo and behold, it is. The gang of
John.
Yeah, it's 3 limos.
you know, they have to put up
Caroline
with
and
a lot.
John. I sorted him in ice cream cone.
Anyway, the college.
John, Caroline.
That was when John was big. And he had a man there. You see this big Secret Service guy that was watching.
They were all in jackets and ties.
Yeah.
Looked like the Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
John had a comic book and he was leaning up against a post. Big Secret Service man was trying to get him. Come on, John, we gotta go. Kid is not paying any attention to us. Come on, John, we gotta go. And there. But I think the
Well, Jackie came right to the counter. She stood at the counter with her dark glasses.
Yeah, when
She was right. I mean, the counter was like 8 or 10
she
people.
washed in or
She
something.
looked away, and just like everybody else, and stood there at the counter.
Apparently during the eating
It
the
was the
day
same.
before, and it's built up.
Yeah, a couple people drowned that day
The
at the beach.
it was about 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, and the beach was crowded. And all of a sudden, the tide was coming in, and this valve finally broke and let the thing out. And my God, they had, I don't know how many were in the caught in the undertow going out. And they put out the emergency yelp, and they had lifeguards coming from all over the damn place.
And Coast Guard had aqueduct came down,
Ambulances
helicopter.
were in there.
2 people drowned.
Real mess. But they didn't get one drowned.
Yeah, there was two.
Gone all out there.
Then people were trying to form a human chain, and they were getting sucked out. You know, it was unbelievable.
They must have had 70 or 80 people in the water. Real mess.
The whole time that I have worked, I worked down there 8 summers. Nobody ever drowned, but they always had a couple of people die every year because they lay out in that sun all day long and superheat themselves. And then they're getting ready to go home, and they say, I'm going to go take a dip, and they run down there and they dive into that water. It's 56 degrees, and the heart goes, yeah! I never, in the 8 years, nobody drowned, but they always killed a couple of them every year that way, you know?
Well, that was when Bill Hickok was chief line
Right.
lifeguard.
Yep.
Bill was a good swimmer. But that was always a bone of contention between my concern was they shouldn't throw that kind of responsibility on the boys. You know, whether the beach should be closed or open, that was the administration's. They shouldn't. And, but they never gonna see it my way. I didn't know and say it's wrong. You should not leave the responsibility to the lifeguards. They're just employees, really. And you're the administration, and they should, if you want to send them down, ask them whether the beach should be open or closed. And they tell you, well, it's pretty dangerous. It should be you can see it, not there. We shouldn't do things like that to the kids. And we are very fortunate. To my knowledge, they never had a drowning on the control. People who come down, they have the beach closed. The control section of it. And the jackasses would go over either side. Get themselves in trouble. But, it was a dangerous beach. There was no beach. I don't think there was a week that went by that somebody lined up with a broken collarbone or arm or some other idea.
Did you tell them the story about Ted Mack?
Oh, Ted Mack.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy. He would come down and he'd buy a half a dozen box kites and string. And then he'd go down and he'd put the box kite together and get it up and give it to a kid and make another one up. He's a real nice guy.
Hey, come down. His wife His wife would sit in the Cadillac. She'd never get out of the thing. She wouldn't go down there. His wife would always sit out in the Cadillac. She wouldn't get out of the car. He'd get out. He'd get his kites. He'd get some onion rings and something to drink, and he'd go up and sit in the dune right there, and he'd eat his stuff, and then he'd find kids, give the kites to the kids, and get in the car and go away. But she wouldn't get out of the thing, not once. And who was that weatherman that used to have? Who was the weatherman that used to? There was a weatherman, Channel 4 or something like that, and he had a house down there.
Oh yeah, that was. Yeah, he had. What the hell was his name? He and yeah, I've forgotten his name.
And he came down one time and it rained. It rained the whole time.
Admiral Hall, he used to be down there.
Yeah, the weatherman. I remember one time he took his vacation and it rained every day, and he'd come down to the beach, and Dad would say, "Well, what kind of a weatherman are you? You pick your vacation and it rains every day. You think I'm ever gonna trust you again?" He
The
just
one I used to
rode
enjoy
him.
with Ribbon was Woolman. Frank Woolman. He was from Worcester. He was sports writer for Worcester, the Worcester newspaper. And we just used to be a nickel coffee, you know. And that was good old days. And so prices had gone. I jacked the price to 10 cents. And Woolman was there. Our conversation between Woolman and I was always telling them they were a bunch of damn chiselers, you know, and they should be paying the town to do something for the pound. Anyway, Woolman was always, well, they left the beach buggy gang, left lots of money in the town. I said, come on, by crying out loud, don't give me this ball. I said, I know if I were coming down here for the weekend, I would do just exactly what these guys are doing. Don't get me wrong. I would do exactly. I would have the things all stocked up with canned goods and the milk and the stuff and the whole shooting match. And I would come down and hit the beach, and I'd stay there. And when I left, I'd leave the garbage. And I said, "This is what this gang does. Don't tell me they don't do it." I said, "It's all right. If the town allows them to do it, it's the town's fault. It's not their fault. They're taking advantage of a good thing." And Woolman is still trying to give me this pull about all of it. And especially we were going at it. This guy from Worcester comes in. He said, "Hi, Jim." He said, "Give me have a cup of coffee." I go over and get the coffee, I put down, and he puts a nickel down, you know. And I pushed a nickel to him. I said, "Sorry." "What's the matter?" I said, "Coffee is 10 cents now." 10 cents? My God, 10 cents. He sat there. Chip, 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 chip. I let him chip for a while. Then I turned to Walner. I said, "Hey, Walner, is this one of your big spenders, huh?" He's yelling over our nickel to cover. Now, who was that? Oh, yeah, the blonde babe, Smith. We had a guy, he was a sports writer from New York. And his wife was a platinum blonde, and she liked the skinny dip. And the guys in the pizza party would keep the glasses on her. When she doing skinny dip, they'd all converge on her, keep her in the water. That water really got up to 60 degrees, dude.
Yeah.
It's mainly in the high 50s.
She would be purple and they finally let her out.
63 was a real warm day. Bruce McPherson and I, classmate of mine, he and I decided that we would go in every day that summer. Every day that the lifeguards went in, we'd go in. And they go and they had a thermometer, they put it in. One day, it was 48 degrees. Just in the middle of the summer, 48 degrees. And the lifeguards went in, we went in.
Got themselves chopped up.
Time you go in and turn around and got out, you just barely could make it. That's, I can understand, that's real dangerous ones. That was,
Monzon.
no,
One
Sydney,
of the girls
Sydney,
that murdered the guy I promised.
yeah, Sydney Monzon.
Murdered, yeah.
Yeah, it was Gary's
Sydney
classmate.
Monzon.
She worked for the,
And right after that, she was a nice looking kid. And lo and behold, I was up summer here, uptown. She issued the thumb in her eye. So I stopped and picked her up. And encountered her. And I said, look, he said, don't ever do this around here. This is dangerous. Shouldn't do it. I said, if you have to go somewhere, I said, you come to me and my wife will see that you get there safely. Okay? But I don't want to ever see you with your thumb up. Oh, I can take care of myself. And I said, come on, you can take it right. I took my hand like this. I didn't hit it, but I said, you know, if I had smacked you in the thing, I would have smacked you right in the nose. And then I'd grab your hair and I'd smash your face in the dashboard and ram you down under and tell you to be quiet or I'd break your bloody neck. You can't take care of yourself, girl, I tell you. And
she ended up in
Don't
3
do
different
it.
towns. 3 different
a
towns.
couple of days later, here she is. So I stopped. And I said, what did I tell you? Well, I'll be all right. Right, you're damn well all right, you'll be all right. I said, you can't do it today. Come down tomorrow and get your check. You're done. Finished. And Mr. Federer, I'll tell you right now, I'm too busy to go and have the police come and say, can you identify any of the pieces? I said, no, you're done. And, they didn't know how vulnerable they were. But most of the kids are really good kids. I didn't have trouble with it. Only a very good. And we had some real smart ones too. Those, well, like John.
John Schofield.
Huh?
John Schofield.
Schofield, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder whatever happened to
Trust money.
Really? I didn't know that. I know who you mean exactly, but I didn't know he got.
Yeah, he married that he married that girl who they worked at the stand too, and she was just wanted more and more and more and more, and he couldn't provide it, and he got in some financial trouble, and then he ended up starting filching money from a trust that he was responsible for. They found out about it and threw him in jail.
Wasn't that Peter?
No, it was Richard. Richard Berlin.
Well, he had a brother, Peter.
And who was the girl he married?
Helen, yeah, Helen.
It wasn't Helen. Helen?
Cochran, yeah. Helen Cochran.
No, Helen Cochran was my age.
She was the first one to bring it. She was a good kid.
She was at my
Probably. Yeah. 6 years after she left. Lo and behold, there was a knock on a little office. And the girl standing there, and she, you probably don't recognize me, Mr. Silver. I looked at it. I said, sure, yeah, Helen Cochran. And she said, what can I do for you, Helen? And she said, well, she said, you know, I had so much fun here. And I was wondering if you would just consider hiring my dog. Yeah. And I said, why, of course. But I said, I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to her just like I talked to you.
She was at my 40th high school reunion. Helen was at my 40th high school reunion. And she reminded me, she said, you know, Dad drank coffee, like, worse than David probably. And at the end of the summer, she had gotten him a mug, a coffee mug, with all the names of the kids that worked there. And she said, do you remember where your name was? I said, no. She's right up on the top of the handle under his thumb.
So more, what did I say? It was 6 years. God, it might have been 16 years.
Yep, and Mickey Harris. Mickey Harris's kid worked for you down there too. There, 2 generations worked in there.
Oh, yeah, this farm on.
Mickey Harris, she met that boy, that Canadian boy, and they got married. Yeah, marriage out of the place.
Well, the first was this one. I forgot it. We had 2 or 3 of them.
Oh, what was the girl? I can't remember. I can remember her face. She was blonde, and she married Pete Hamilton. She said she got herself a $500,000.
Kitty boy.
Kitty boy, yeah. She got herself $500,000.
And really funny. Kitty was a kid. And like, she was all excited. I'm getting married, Mr. Brother. I said, good, kid, who? She said, well, I wanted to marry a millionaire. Said, but I had to settle for half of one.
Yeah, the old man, I don't know if you know that, but the Hamiltons, the old man owned the Captain Linnell house. And he had, when Dad had the place down at Skaket, the old man had like an Indy race car. And he'd come down there with his dog in the Indy race car. And he'd get an ice cream and he'd sit in the car, he'd take a lick and the dog would take a lick.
Yeah, that was the devil was his name.
Oh, I know.
He
It's
and
Mr.
the wife both were out though.
Yeah.
They had adopted this boy.
Pete, I can't remember the other one. Pete kept a hold of his money. Pete supposedly was the dumb one. Pete worked up at the gas station,
Pete and
and the other one got hooked up with Dennison, and his money was gone in a year. They were going to build that marina down there and all that stuff. Yeah, his money was gone, but the dumb one kept on to it.
Pete was. Yeah, kick him down. And we're gonna go to Australia. I said, all right, that's a nice place to go from vacation. No. She said, he wants to go down and live in Australia. I said, kid, you gotta be kidding. No, they were going to Australia. Lord. I said, well, I think it was probably a year and a half later. And she was back and she couldn't stand it. He didn't stand it. But then he gave it up. So they were nice to get. Well, we run through 30 of them every year. Pick up a lot.
Yeah, a lot of them came back and worked several. A lot of them came back and worked several years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I really discouraged
2 years.
2 years. 3 years top. So, most of them was started at 16 and some was, well, I would tell them, I said, no, time you get out of here and I'll tell you, you will have no trouble getting a job. All you have to do is tell me where it's going to be. So grab you right away. But I just time you would get a job waiting on wait. Here, I can't pay you anymore. The job isn't worth anymore. Not you, it's the job. And it's time you moved on. And not that I wouldn't like to have you, but it wouldn't be right. I'd be taking advantage of you. So, very quick kids.
Dad, is Dottie Frizzell still alive? Dottie.
Oh,
Frizzell.
she died.
Yeah,
Dottie?
I don't really know.
She lives in Florida, right? Does she live in Florida?
Well, in the wintertime, they have.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ronnie has a place down in Englewood, Dunwood, but no, she's in Waltham.
I thought she
And
died
we
of cancer.
Even touch email.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you still, were you keeping in touch with Signe? Signe.
I've lost her somewhere. Can't find her. That's how Cameron Street gone. Yeah.
Okay.
And because we're all up at that age.
Yeah.
And Dottie, every once in a while, she she won't write any, she sends some stupid jokes or something.
She forwards stuff.
I know the last time I saw Dick Frizzell was when you were still over in Venice. And I remember, I'm in my 40s then. I'm talking to Mr. Frizzell. So call me Dick. I said, I can't call you Dick. You're not Dick Frizzell. You're Mr. Frizzell. You will always be Mr. Frizzell to me. You can never be Dick. I can never call you that. You are Mr. Frizzell. Yes.
Ronnie wound up with I think he had 7 or 8 radio stations, and he sold out to another outfit. I don't know what he does now, but he's right from south. Well, he was a natural yakker. God, you couldn't shut him up.
He used to sit there in that car with the radio going through the stations all the time. That's all he wanted to do. Yeah, hour after hour in that.
When he was a kid, like teenager, he wanted to be a minister. Oh, a minister. But he finally, he could talk. Oh my God, drove me crazy. The year you do you were in the trailer on back. And he said, he could act so mad. And one of those dimwits that had a disc jockey, he was playing, what the heck was a stupid song? Oh, I know, some jackass song. And he'd been, Ronnie thought it was the greatest thing in the world. He'd been playing it for 36 hours.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's 37 hours. I don't know. Yeah. Ronnie hit his initiative, no question about it. He had, I don't know, 7 or 8 radio stations playing junk music.
God, I haven't thought about Ronnie Frizzell in 20 years. Probably be another 20 before I do it again.
Ronnie was good to drive. He was a good kid. In essence, he was a good kid to drive him crazy. You couldn't shut him up. Ship. And Ronnie, what the devil was his brother? What was the other boy's name? The brother.
Ronnie and
He was a real problem.
wasn't Dennis? Was it Dennis? I can't remember. He was the younger one.
He was a real problem. He was in the drugs and every other damn motorcycles on right there. Damn motorcycle in the living room one. Tearing it down.
Was it Donnie?
Hmm?
Was it Donnie? That was Donnie
Yeah,
Larry.
you're right, God.
Donnie.
I know. Every once a year, I did have a Christmas card from
Larrity? Larrity? No. Williams? Williams?
Shirley Williams. Lee was, he was completely gone.
You still owe us an elephant.
Hmm?
Still owe us an elephant.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it.